And here we go. We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Probably not. Water planet.
Water towers fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside SPD off. Bring in SPD off. Off. It's orange!
Orange 25! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Décollage. Look at this! Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
If there's methane, it'd be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You read? Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Hello and good morning, everyone. Welcome to NSF's live coverage of the SpaceX and NASA Crew-11 mission to the International Space Station. My name is Alicia Siegel. I'm a host and commentator here at NSF, and I'll be your host this morning, very, very bright and early, as we kick off this live stream. So this is our second launch attempt to send the crew of Crew-11 to the International Space Station. We had some weather interference in the final minute yesterday, if you're wondering why we're doing this again. But we're not going to have any of that today. It is going to be perfect, right? Well, we'll get to the weather predictions in just a bit, but we are looking forward to sending them regardless in just a few hours, hopefully. 11:43 is the liftoff aiming time here that we're aiming for. It's so early. Wow. All right. So this will, again, be the 11th SpaceX Crew rotation mission under NASA's Commercial Crew Program. And as is typical, this is an international partnership. So this time around, we've got teams from NASA, we've got JAXA, we've got Roscosmos involved, and we're going to get to a rundown of just who is on board this capsule in just a bit. But in the meantime, thank you all so much for joining us bright and early at almost 7:30 in the morning here for Crew-11. Take two electric boogaloo, as we like to say. Joining me in the studio today, we've got Alejandro Alcantarilla Romero. Alex, how you doing this morning?
Wow, that was awesome. Everyone tries, and it's like the first try. It's really not great. Let's put it that way. But that was great. That was great.
I've got experience.
Yeah,
We work together a lot.
yeah, it's true. But yeah, take two. Let's see what happens today if the weather cooperates and everything. We'll talk about all of that. I'm sure a lot of people will be coming in as we go down the count, and they'll have questions, lots of questions. So we'll get to. Oh my god, they still have a wasp there. Yesterday we saw
We
it
saw
as
that
well.
yesterday.
Uh,
Great.
I'm scared of wasps.
Well, hopefully you're not climbing up on the crew access arm, so that one won't get you.
Yeah, for some. I was gonna say unfortunately, but I know a lot of people will be like, "No, you're
Plenty of
crazy.
people
Why
would want to
don't you
be up
want
there.
to?" Exactly. But
Well, yeah,
I'm
yesterday's
scared of
story was
flights.
like, oh yeah, well next time I'm up there, I'll check out the thing. And we're like, yeah, next time you're up there, Sawyer. Hey, speaking of Sawyer, he's actually out in the field as well, joining us on comms too. Sawyer, how's it going out there this morning?
There were people saying that I should be the one going up there. I didn't say that I was going to go up there, but I will say, if offered the chance, I would not say no. Good morning, Alicia. Good morning, Alex. Good morning, chat. It is right now a beautiful looking day here, at least at the Kennedy Space Center. Gorgeous sunshine. It's going to be another hot one. But will the weather hold? I mean, that is the million-dollar question here. So as we get a gorgeous sunrise, fingers crossed that we also get a gorgeous launch in about 4 hours and 12 minutes.
Yeah, not gonna lie, I will say that view is stunning right now. Florida is it gives some beautiful looks sometimes, even though it's very, very early, I'm sure, for you all out at the press site today. Also joining us out there, I believe got Max Evans, Julia Bergeron, and Dee Wise out in the field today. They're going to be bringing us some of those shots, just like the beautiful one you see there. Actually, multiple beautiful ones you see there. And also potentially from Karoo Walkout, and maybe joining us on comms later too if they happen to be by Sawyer as well. Also back behind the scenes this morning, we've got Kevin and Michael Reed and Jay Keegan pulling all the levers. They're helping us to bring you all of this amazing live coverage too. So be sure to throw some love for them in the chat as well. So everyone, we are going to be broadcasting here for about the next 4 or 5 hours, unless anything happens, and taking you through all of these launch preparations in real time, just like yesterday. You're going to be seeing them suiting up very shortly again at the ONC building. We'll follow their ride over to the pad and watch them loading into the capsule. And then, of course, potentially the launch. All of that is coming, so get comfortable. As always, put your questions in chat for us. Be sure to tag us at NASASpaceflight when you do that if you're on YouTube. So they will pop up in our question panel. And we will hopefully get to answer your questions live on the stream as well. So, Alex, why don't we kick off here? Do you want to give us a rundown of this mission and what we're doing here this morning? What's happening here today?
Yeah, so this, as you mentioned at the intro, this is going to be the 11th crew rotation mission to the International Space Station by SpaceX, carrying 4 new astronauts to the orbiting outpost, getting some more crew up there, and also refreshing the one that is already at the station, because once Crew-11 gets to the ISS, the Crew-10 crew will be getting ready for their return, hopefully a few days after Endeavour docks to the ISS. Endeavour is the capsule flying today there atop Falcon 9. It is doing its 6th launch on this mission, which is the first time a Dragon capsule is being reused for a 6th time. Essentially, no other Dragon capsule has flown that many times. So it's a first, and it's also with crew. So there were a bunch of things that they had to go through to certify that and whatnot. We'll talk about that as well later in the broadcast. But yeah, 4 new humans. We're going to have Zena Cardman, Michael Fincke, Kimiya Yui, and Oleg Platanov going to the ISS, becoming part of Expedition 73, 74, and getting to spend up to 8 months potentially inside the station. So, hopefully we get that launch today. Yesterday we had that weather scrub right at the last minute, as the launch director called it. They just had a cloud clipping the pad, as he mentioned, right? And that's sort of the problem, right? That there are these rules, these weather rules, established by the Space Launch Delta 45, the range at the Kennedy Space Center and the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, that they need to meet, right? And some of those are these constraints about, cumulus clouds, anvil cloud, and, surface electrical rules and things like that. But also things like, you cannot launch when there's like thunderstorms within a 10-mile radius. There are all of these different rules that they need to meet. And if there's just even a scratch to one of those rules, it needs to be scrubbed. And that's what they did yesterday. And, hopefully today will be a lot different. But yeah, for humans going to the ISS, take 2.
Electric Boogaloo. So speaking of the weather violation that we had yesterday, do we know how the weather's looking today?
Yeah,
Well-
today's... Oh, sorry, Alex.
No, go ahead. Sorry, you're literally there.
You're there,
so,
yeah.
Yeah.
That's what yeah, so there is still the potential for some weather to pop up because it is Florida here. So they're, of course, watching for the cumulus clouds, for those same kind of spotty showers that popped up yesterday. The original forecast that they provided was 75% favorable, but per an update just about 20 minutes ago, it is now at 60% favorable for liftoff. And the one thing that has been, and will be the concern for the next 3 days at least is the Ascent abort corridor recovery weather. So basically, if they needed to abort for any reason, they keep an eye out for wave heights and for conditions, not just for the splashdown zones, but also for the recovery crews where they're currently stationed. And there's this big frontal boundary apparently that's just about to sit right over where it needs to. So that is something they're keeping a close eye on, in addition to the 60% liftoff percentage.
So, 60% favorable doesn't sound too great, but we do have to remind you that yesterday it was 90% favorable and it didn't go. And not too long ago, I believe we had a 10% favorable, and it did go. So you just never know with weather, especially weather in Florida. So obviously, that's not going to deter our streaming here. So we'll keep covering everything. They're still going to go through all of their operations just normal. So we will be providing all that coverage to you no matter what. And hopefully, we do have 4 people launching to the ISS today. So we're getting some. Yeah.
Ooh, yeah. Because I was thinking yesterday we had the 10% chance winning. Hopefully today we get that 60% chance winning.
Exactly. But
Wow.
so you did bring up a really good point that it's not just whatever the launching conditions are too. It's also that corridor as well that they have to keep an eye on just in case. So safety first. So we're seeing
These
some beautiful
flyby.
views here. Yeah, these flybys are great.
The views. You could see all of the pads in the background. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Yep, you saw 40. Definitely saw 41 there. And again, you also see that X post, by the way. So yeah, beautiful morning here on the Space Coast as the chopper circles out there by the Atlantic.
Absolutely. So yeah, just one more time about that vehicle that you're looking at there. This is going to be Crew Dragon Endeavour 6 flight. So it is now the most flown, or will be the most flown, human-rated Crew Dragon to date. The previous missions that it flew on were Demo 2, Crew 2, Axiom 1, Crew 6, and Crew 8. And it's got some modifications for this one, right, Alex? They've made some little changes to it.
Yeah, they are flying an improved drogue chute on this capsule. So part of the improvements, both to make it more reliable and also make it easier to work with and whatnot. They're trying out like part of the drogue chute upgrades. It's got to do with like the loading of how it gets released, because it's not just that you pop out the parachute and then suddenly it inflates, right? You're trying always to inflate the parachute very slowly so that it doesn't overstress, but not too slowly that it doesn't catch any air. Like it's this whole balance, right? And so they're trying out this new system and drogue parachute designed precisely to improve that and get it even more safe, essentially. And then apart from that, they are also flying a new structure for the heat shield, so the main heat shield at the bottom of the capsule. The material itself is not just hanging around there. It's not like floating, right? It's attached to a structure, and the structure is being improved and upgraded for this capsule and this particular mission. So little upgrades every now and then, like sometimes they are silly upgrades, or what one will think like it's a silly upgrade, like, oh, they just added USB ports to the console and things like that so that they can charge their devices and whatnot. But I mean, silly little things like that are still, quality of life improvements for the astronauts on board, for example. So it's not just safety, but sometimes it's also things like that. That in particular was not added on this capsule. It was added a few flights ago. But it's just an example of the little things that they do every now and then. Every flight, there's always some little improvement here and there. And I think that's awesome that they are able to do that and still fly safely.
Absolutely. And so all these new little iterations are doing. There's also a new suit, I believe, that Mike Fincke's going to be wearing, a new IVA suit inside. They're testing out. So little improvements, little things pushing the boundaries every single time, of course. I always like to talk about the naming origins of things too. So the Endeavour capsule, of course, you might recognize Endeavour. We also had a space shuttle Endeavour, of course. And both astronauts actually, so Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley were the two that named this particular capsule. They, of course, flew on Demo 2. That was our first launch back from American soil again. It was back during the pandemic, so, of course, everyone was, crouched around. Oh, there's Zena getting ready. They're crashed around at home, looking for something to watch. And of course, we're launching now space capsules again, which was wonderful to see. But they named it Endeavour as a tribute to that space shuttle that they both flew on during their shuttle careers. And also in honor of Captain James Cook's HMS Endeavour, which explored the South Pacific in the 18th century. So they said that name symbolizes exploration, teamwork, and perseverance, reflecting SpaceX's milestone of returning human launches to U.S. soil and also the shuttle heritage. So definitely things that the crews work together on, that teamwork, exploration, perseverance, also things that are embodied in this crew as well, and also their patch, which we'll get to in a little bit as well.
Also worth
So
noting that there was another Endeavor in space too. There was also a during the Apollo program, there was an Endeavor too. So
Was that Apollo 15? I think it was. Or am I
believe so.
misremembering?
That one
Gonna look it up.
was yeah. I should know. I love Endeavor, but yes, in addition to the capsule, there was also during Apollo, there was also Shuttle, and now Crew Dragon.
It was Apollo 15. I remembered correctly.
Well done, Alex.
And the lunar module, you know how it was called for Apollo 15?
What?
Falcon. So we've got Endeavor on top of Falcon. Also like Apollo 15.
That's wild. But actually, speaking of that, so our first stage booster is B1094, flying on its third mission. It most recently launched the Axiom 4 mission, I think just last month, or I guess now 2 months ago. It's August 1st. And notably for this one, B1094 is going to attempt a return to launch site landing, aiming for landing zone 1 at Kennedy Space Center. But this will be the last RTLS at that site, because NASA has now decreed that they'd like all of the RTLSs to happen from the actual space launch complex that it launches from. So they're going to be decommissioning LZ1 and still using LZ2 for the moment, but eventually that's going to be phased out. And that area, I guess Slick 13, is going to be repurposed for some other commercial space programs, which is really exciting. We're getting more providers out there for launches. But yeah, I'm sure later we're going to give you a little bit of a retrospective as well for that. Ryan put together a beautiful video that encapsulates all of the different launches that have been happening. So that's kind of the rundown of the vehicle. Right now, as you can see, we're watching here some video from the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. So this is coming to you just a few miles south of Launch Pad 39A, where the crew is going to be launching from today on that Falcon 9 rocket. And you're going to see some really fun pre-flight traditions going on here. So they're sitting there, they're getting all suited up. They've got their specially fit chairs that they're sitting on there. At the bottom of each of those chairs, you might catch in a shot, there's a bunch of mission stickers at the base. That's becoming a newer tradition with these SpaceX launches. So yesterday morning, we saw that they had added their Crew-11 patch sticker to them, signifying that they had been there to get suited up. Obviously, they won't do that again today. It's already on there. But those chairs themselves, obviously, with the newer spacesuits that SpaceX uses, relatively new thing. Prior to that, when they would get suited up for missions there, they had these historic Lazy Boy recliners that were used years ago, way back in the early days of suiting up, some of our early Apollo astronauts. So, a bit of a handoff of old and new there. Some other fun pre-flight traditions that happen here to start. Even before this, astronauts typically, at least in the old days, they'd start off with a breakfast of steak, eggs, and cake, regardless of what time liftoff was scheduled for, to honor Alan Shepard, who, of course, ate that breakfast before his infamous Mercury Freedom 7 flight in 1961, our first American in space. And it's also for logistical reasons, because it's considered a high protein and what they like to call low residue meal. So if they're stuck on the capsule there for, a bit, kind of helps. But yeah, I love seeing all of these shots from inside there. You see all those people in blue there. We've got, I'm assuming those are astronauts there from the squad. We've got the people in black are those pad ninjas, the checkout crew, of course, that we'll be seeing all throughout them loading up this morning.
One of the ninjas, I believe we can actually see that person in the shot here. It's a NASA astronaut all the way in the back. I don't know the number right now because I was not able to see him. But he will be accompanying the crew to the pad. So they usually have one of the ninjas being integrated with the crew, just to accompany them to the pad and help them. It sort of helps both that astronaut, because either is an astronaut with experience, and so this refreshes them, sort of the procedures and whatnot, or in this case, it's a new astronaut. He has not flown yet. I don't fully remember his name. I'm really sorry, but he's one of the newer astronauts, and so he has not flown yet. But he can go through all of this, and then when it is his turn to actually fly, either on Dragon or whatever other capsule, right? He'll be able to then have already had that experience before. NASA has usually done that in the past, even during the space shuttle program, during the Apollo program, where part of the ground crew is also the astronauts themselves from other missions. Like, for example, I can think of a very glaring example of this, which is Doug Hurley, the commander of Demo 2 that flew on this Endeavour capsule, was part of the ground crew during STS-107 with Columbia, and his patch flew on Columbia, and it was part of the vehicle when it disintegrated. And so, like, one of the traditions they do as well is they take the patches from the ground crew. They have these tags on their suits and whatnot, and then the crew takes the patches inside of the spacecraft, and then they are handed over again, either when they scrub or when they're coming back after they're splashed down. And of course, with the shuttle after their touchdown at the runway and whatnot. So that is another tradition, and I think it is quite interesting, but also very emotionally in a sense that they're keeping this, even though the times have changed a lot, right? And they still do that. Even for private missions, we've seen that in the past as well, that they do that.
What you were saying, though, about them kind of shadowing in that space, though, makes a lot of sense. It's good training for them, for sure.
Yeah.
So the people we're seeing here right now, we just saw Kimiya Yui from JAXA. He's one of the mission specialists. He just stood up and walked away there. Lying there right now in the shot still is Oleg Platanov, so he's also a mission specialist.
Open on schedule.
Good to hear. We're on schedule. This fellow right here, he's a Roscosmos cosmonaut. This is going to be his first space flight. Again, Oleg Platanov, he's a mission specialist. Yesterday, actually, he seemed very chill in the capsule there. I think he probably took a nap over in the corner. We were commenting how they tend to do that over in that seat a lot. It's kind of, the camera of shame there that got all up in your face and you're kind of falling asleep while you're waiting for those hours. Right there, we can see Mike Fincke. So he's the pilot. Well, he just ducked out of the camera. There he goes, right in the foreground there. This is his fourth trip to space. So he previously was on 2 Soyuz missions and then also was on the final flight of Endeavour. Very fitting here in 2011, the shuttle version. And then lastly, we've got Zena Cardman, who is the commander who the first shots were of her there. And this is her first flight. She's a more recent NASA astronaut from 2017. Oh, there we go. We got some fun little back-to-back shots down there. Kimiya and on the right and Mike Fincke on the left. And then there's Zena in the middle.
I always love when they do these goofy things of like, let's take a picture and do some funny faces and poses and whatnot. Because it looks like they have quite a lot of fun, even though it's in my case, I will be just shaking and like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna ride a rocket, right? Yeah. But they're like, we're gonna ride a rocket.
Now, this crew in particular, yesterday also, they seemed to be very close. They were laughing a lot, giving each other fist bumps. While they were stuck inside the capsule for so many hours, like Zena and Mike were just like laughing and joking.
Suit up and lead checks are complete on schedule.
Nice.
Good to hear. And she was kind of like, punching him in the arm and like laughing and joking. Like they were in very good spirits. And it seems like today too, although maybe a little more sleepy today. I think they're kind of like, all right, we did this before. Let's get this going, guys.
And
I guess also
Mike Fincke is very much the kind of class clown in a way of the group. He's very serious. He's extremely knowledgeable, but this is his fourth space flight, so he's kind of got the routine down. Astronauts also sometimes get call signs. They're sort of nicknames, and his is Spanky, so you get a lot of fun.
On countdown with a situational briefing. Currently, all bottles are at MEOP, and earlier Dragon Gyro Compass alignment was completed and passing. We remain on track to an 11:43:42 a.m. Eastern T0. Both NASA and SpaceX have completed the COLA screening process with no COLA conjunctions at our current T0. The advanced team is at the White Room and the side hatch is open, and they're making preparations for receiving the crew. The crew's ongoing suit-up at the ONC building. Launch site weather for today was briefed earlier at 40% POV due to the cumulus cloud rule, and we'll be monitoring the chance of convective activity near the pad. Reminder to use procedure 52.911 crew contingency procedures for any required crew contingency action in today's operations. Overall, Falcon, Dragon, and the pad remain healthy. Pending any questions, that concludes the brief.
Okay.
Valdi out.
Well, for people that might not understand some of the things that were said there, right? Because he used also like cola and all that stuff. So to wrap up a little bit what he meant, the weather, right? Let's begin for the weather because that's the important thing. Weather, looking at it, still 60% go. He mentioned 40% POV. That means probability of violation, right? And so that means it's still 60% favorable. They're looking at the convection and whatnot and things like that. He also mentioned no COLAs, meaning there's no need to move the launch time due to encountering things on the way to orbit, right? COLA meaning collision on launch avoidance, essentially. So if they need to move the T0 because there's some satellite, there's something going on there right at the time of liftoff, sometimes they have to move a few seconds here and there.
On schedule.
There we go.
But-
and then they
but
also... Go ahead.
I was just going to say, but important to note for this particular launch, this is an instantaneous launch window. So if something were to happen, again, if there was a weather range violation, if there was, anything like that came up at the last minute, they would have to, delay to another day, which the next backup day would be tomorrow, actually.
Yeah.
So,
but for COLAs,
because of, yeah.
Yeah, for that specific thing, they can actually move it a few seconds because technically what they're doing is there's like a few second window actually, and they're aiming like the most optimal one. And so if they need to move like 2 seconds to the right or 3 seconds to the left or something like that, that's still within the margins. But you wouldn't be able to do like, I don't know, 5 minutes or
Exactly,
6 minutes but yeah, a few seconds here and there just to avoid a satellite on your way to orbit. I think that's probably better than actually risking it, right?
Better than the alternative. Yeah, but the reason for that instantaneous launch window is, of course, because they are going to a specific place. They're going to the ISS. And because of the trajectory of how they have to get there, they kind of actually chase it for a little bit, and then they kind of catch up to it. Because of that, they need to make sure it's within that very specific window. So you see, right now they're talking to Joseph Akaba. He's the head of the astronaut office. And pretty soon we're going to see another tradition, which is them playing cards. Oh, check that out. Ad Astra on the wall. Very nice.
I finally found...
It's nice to see some like wide shots of this room. Very often it's very tight up on them getting dressed, but looking at, some of the walls and like the pictures on the walls, the classic stuff around there. That's nice. Still looks like a beautiful morning out at the Cape there.
Let's hope it stays like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And for those wondering where that room is, that is in the operations and checkout facility. That is the same building where they also have the crew quarters. So they'll quarantine away once they get here to avoid getting sick, bringing any germs up to the space station as well. So they will quarantine kind of next door to that. Then they go into the suit-up room, and that is when they will then go down an elevator and walk out the doors to the waiting Teslas to hop in and head out to the pad. But they have been using that building for crew purposes all the way since the Gemini program.
And we're going to see that walkout in just a bit here. But actually, speaking of quarantining, there is a question I want to throw up here. In the case of repeated delays, is there a maximum amount of time that the crew can spend in quarantine before a launch? Sorry, do you know the answer to that?
There's not really a maximum. There's always the minimum that it's usually 1 to 2 weeks. But if it delays long enough and they need to stay in quarantine, they will. Now, when we say quarantine, it's not like they're, stuck in the building only. They typically go out and will do runs around the Space Center. A bunch of them have said that they would go and do laps around 39A with their rocket out there to get some exercise, things like that. They can obviously still talk to their families. There's the astronaut beach house that they'll sometimes go out to unwind a bit. But it's basically just not interacting with people, not through glass, typically.
If they interact with people, those people need to also be in quarantine, which is,
exactly.
Which is more or less what you see there. Like a lot of the people that were in that room were, some of them were not masked and whatnot. Those are usually the ones that have been staying off and like quarantine for a long time. And I see ADY is there.
So D's out there going to be bringing us shots. Yay! Hey, D. Going to be out there bringing us some shots of when they walk out there. So we'll be getting that shortly. We have another question, actually. Oh, wait. Let's see. Are we doing anything yet? Nope, they're still hanging out. We have another question. So regarding all of those beautiful sweeping tower views and everything that we were seeing earlier, the question is, how do you get the tower view when NASA and SpaceX are not live? Likewise, how do you get other views, like helicopter views, when NASA is on something else? How do we do that, guys? It's through the support of everyone out there, actually. We've got amazing people out there, like you just saw D out there. We've got, as I mentioned earlier, we've got Max and Sawyer and Julia currently out there. Oh, there's all those stickers, by the way, all those past missions. They always do such a great job designing those. We've got people all over the place, though, who are helping to bring you shots. So, of course, we've got our Space Coast Live coverage that, we've got feeds out there all the time that we can always cut to. We've got people out there operating their cameras live. They're obviously going to be bringing you footage from throughout this launch. And of course, when it goes up, we've got those beautiful tracking shots of when it comes back down for the landing, of course, for landing zone 1 today. And just, everyone all over the place. So it is all thanks to the support of people like you guys. So you tune in, you support us, you subscribe, you like, all of your support throughout the day. And of course, if you buy any merchandise too, we also have shop.nasaspaceflight.com, where you can get shirts and patches, and we have a new summer line of stuff, so you can get cups and luggage tags and new lighter summer wear as well, in case it's really hot outside. So, we will be showing you some highlights of that throughout the day as well. But, yep, in a nutshell, the way we're able to do it is because we have boots on the ground everywhere. And I'm sure if
Was that a production question?
Yeah, it was. Do you want to talk about that?
No, I mean, you covered it pretty well, but it's really we have a great team of people who are on the ground. Some of them are our cameras. We have 24/7 cameras at Kennedy Space Center and not Cape Canaveral, at the Cape, the port. And then we also are able to get access to NASA's live feeds, the individual cameras. At the press site, so that's how we're able to get those feeds to you. We have a lot of cameras. Actually, we have 29 cameras out at KSC right now, plus stills cameras and everything else. So yeah, and that is 1,000% because of the support of our members, of our viewers, of everybody who clicks like and shares our stream, because we couldn't do it without you.
Absolutely. And if you are a glutton for punishment and want to see all of those millions of different views from the back channel, I believe sometimes we do a members, what is it called? A members multi-view, where you can...
And the members multi-view is up. It is up right now. It went up a little late today because unfortunately I woke up a little late today, but it is live. And I was EP Kevin this morning, but there's probably about 60 or 70 people watching right now, and as we get closer, there will be even more people in there. One of the cool things about the members multi-view, first of all, any level of membership with NSF gets you access to multi-view. We don't hide it and say, oh, you have to be one of the higher level members. But the other thing is you kind of have a private chat. Sometimes as we get closer to launch, there are thousands of people in the mainstream, but you kind of have a private chat with 2, 3, 400 people. So it's a little easier to chat in there.
So there you go. It's a great question. It's always fun to highlight the work of what everyone else on this team is doing, because it's not just the voices that you hear on the live stream. There are so many other people behind the scenes, so they definitely deserve lots of credit for all of their work as well.
We have an awesome team.
We do. So while we're waiting for the card game and everything else to get started here, Sawyer, could you talk to us a little bit about the trajectory of, like, what's the flight path going to be looking like, and if anyone happens to be outside today, can they look up and maybe catch a shot of this while it's going overhead?
Absolutely, yes. So this is not your ordinary Starlink, although it follows the ordinary Starlink pattern that we've seen recently, in that this one is going to the northeast. And again, that is because they need to meet up with the orbit of the International Space Station and where it will be when they launch. So this will be going towards the northeast, inclined 51.6 degrees towards the station. So that means basically anywhere along the eastern coast of the United States, all the way up through the Carolinas, Virginia, up towards New Jersey, New York, Massachusetts, Maine, all the way up even into Canada. There's the potential to see it. It's a little harder to see during the day, but it's still worth going out and taking a look. And if you happen to see it, definitely go ahead and snag a picture. And if you want to see the exact trajectory, you can also check out on NASASpaceflight the 3D version that will show you the trajectory, so you can follow it that way. And that is based off of data provided from Flight Club.
And that we're seeing right there, is that the new NASASpaceflight app? Not app, website. Excuse me. Because it does look like that one. So spoiler, we're working on an upgrade to the NASASpaceflight website, and if you go to new.nextspaceflight.com, you'll get that new version of the website. Same data, but it's got lots of different things that were not there on the older website.
Alex is leaking things already.
Of course I am.
So once they get up into space, then the plan is for them to dock to the International Space Station, I believe, August 2nd. I think the day actually has stayed the same, even though we are launching potentially a day later. I believe they're supposed to be docking around 3 a.m. So if you happen to be up that early, maybe you can catch the views of that on the NASA feeds. And their overlap with Crew 10 is still expected to last around 3 days. So that's going to give both crews time to, get oriented, go over some of the systems, familiarize themselves, and really get to transitioning their responsibilities. And then we will have the Crew 10 undocking. They're scheduled to undock from the ISS August 6th. I still believe that would be the same timeline, around 1800 UTC. And then they will be splashing down on the west coast of the United States. So I think Crew 9 was the last to land on the east coast back in March. But after that, they've switched now to from the Atlantic to the Gulf of Mexico because of some changes and some weather things also. Calmer seas, better splashdown weather windows, fewer hurricanes, and the ability to do that trunk module on reentry. So what we're seeing now, of course, is the card game. Always a fun tradition. So before launch, the commander plays a card game. It's typically blackjack or a 5-card poker. They kind of just dole out the cards, and essentially we want her to lose. They do this with the tech crew until she loses, the commander. So that tradition is believed to have begun during the 2-man Gemini missions in the 60s. So here, of course, Zena Cardman, the commander, she's going to be playing until she loses. So it's a fun little tradition. Yesterday, she got pretty much down to the last round there, too, with Joseph Acaba. So it did take a little bit. Sometimes she loses immediately, and it's like, all right. So it looks like... Oh, I don't know what it is. Let's see.
That all looks like almost. Here we go. And by the way, yeah, this is essentially a high card.
So
That's
we
what it's
want her to
become lately.
lose. And the idea is that get all the bad luck out now before they launch, and it'll be smooth sailing after that. There we go. So it looks like she lost. So maybe they're just doing Oleg there for see what would happen, I guess. Got some time to kill, why not?
I love their reactions to the cards coming out.
Ah. How fun. So again, lots of smiles. They're still in good spirits. Second time around here.
Yesterday, I
right,
believe
so-
some of the cards actually had Zena's face on them. So I'm not sure if
Yeah.
they're using the same deck this time.
Yeah. And I'm also curious, sir, do you know what happens with that deck of cards then? Do they, I don't know, put it in a museum, or like where does it go? Do they take them into space with them? I guess not. That would have already been packed up.
I can say I've never seen a pack of used cards anywhere online or in a museum from the card game. And in fact, the origins of the card game, of exactly why they started this, is still unknown. Everyone that I've asked, that Julia's asked, that you can look up online, they all don't know the exact reason why it started. It just started.
There are some really fun traditions though. So on Friday, so a week ago, at the Intrepid Museum where I work, we actually had Sarah Gillis and Anna Menon of the Polaris Dawn mission come, and so I got a chance to interview them, and I actually asked them, you know, NASA has all these traditions. They do the card game and the lean and, you know, everything else that we'll cover as we go on with this stream today. But I was like, does SpaceX, as like a private thing, do you guys have any other traditions? And she said there is something that they started doing at Inspiration 4, and that is that there is a statue of a dragon in their you know, suit-up room essentially. And she said that they started doing like a ring toss with the dragon statue. And like specifically, like they toss a ring around like their horns or something like that. And she said there was a whole kind of, she didn't explain it, but it was just like a whole kind of mechanism behind like, oh, they had to win or they lose or get points or whatever it was. Oh, there's a shot of that. Thank you for pulling that up, Kevin. It was a really great interview. So I highly recommend it. It was a really, really wonderful opportunity to kind of get to know them and get to know some of the inner workings of that amazing historic mission. The Polaris Dawn, of course, that went up last fall. Some really great milestones on that one, too. I know, like yesterday, we were talking about how they used Starlink on that they had actually put Resilience, the capsule, they'd actually put it into that capsule, the ability to use Starlink. So they were up there and actually FaceTiming their families. Like the four of them were in different corners of that, you know, very small capsule, but able to actually FaceTime them. And so their Wi-Fi connectivity was wonderful. So maybe that's something they'll be, you know, hopefully putting into the other capsules as well, so that while they're stuck up there, you know, waiting for their launch or, you know, coming back in, they can have those in-flight movies and do whatever they want on the live stream. Maybe they could watch our live streams from their capsules. Wouldn't that be something? So speaking of upgrades, somebody was asking the question, have the IVA suits been upgraded with the heads-up display from Polaris Dawn's EVA suits? So you may have, if you were following that one, you may have seen that there was a new heads-up display on their helmets, or rather on Jared and Sarah's helmets, because they did the EVA, which of course the EVA looked a little bit different than the EVAs of the past. They kind of popped up half of their body. They had, you know, they're holding on to the Skywalker. They called it the railing system there, and they were really testing out these new EVA suits. But one of the things that they had that was new was in their helmet, they had this ability to have a display that was like projected on it. It was very kind of like Iron Man looking almost. So the question here, of their IVA suits, their intervehicular suits, so that they're not going to be vented out to the vacuum of space or anything. It's just the suits they wear inside of the capsule while it's still closed, pressurized. Do they have the heads-up display? And I do not think that has happened. I do not think that's something that they've added into the suits just yet. The IVA suits suit, I should say, that Mike Fincke is wearing, I believe it just has some mobility upgrades to it. but not the fancy helmet thing to it. But that's a great question. Craig from Finley is also wondering, so speaking of those shots that we've been getting, is Sawyer in the shot of the countdown clock? And if not, where is he located? Where are you right now, Sawyer, at the press site?
I am at the press site. I am not at the countdown clock currently. I am at our little hut that we have stationed here at KSC. So not visible in any of the cameras. I'm near where some of the cameras that we have that are remotely operated are located, though. I will probably head that way as we get closer to launch, so maybe see me that way, but I usually kind of hang up on the hill rather than down in the grass by the clock.
It's always an exciting vibe down at the press site. There's always people walking around. I remember I was down there once, and actually, I think it was for Artemis, which would make sense why they were all there, but there was this flock of astronauts, just like this huge just parade of astronauts in a group just kind of walking down somewhere. They cut me off, and I was just like, what? There's like 20 astronauts walking in front of me right now. It was a very bizarre feeling. But that's the vibe there, it's just people doing their work and hanging out and, getting ready to watch something cool launch off of the pad there. So here's a shot. I'm assuming this is from D. This is one of the Teslas that are going to bring, I think this is the second, or maybe the last car, that are going to bring the astronauts over to the launch pad. So, of course, another tradition now that SpaceX has developed here. We've got those black Tesla Model X's. And something that we always love to look for with each crew launch are the custom license plates on the cars. They always do something really clever for each of the different crew launches. And as we saw yesterday, the license plates, well, why not, for these, they read, there are 3 of them, and they say live, laugh, and launch. Not necessarily in that order. But usually...
Today.
Yeah. Oh, they got them right today. Great.
Yes, apparently they reorganized them. Yeah, they had it as laugh, live, launch. Now it is in the correct order per D, who is out there. Live, laugh, launch.
Perfect. Yes. So usually they do something clever with the number of the crew. So I remember, I think for the last one, Crew 10, I think it said like liftoff, and the T was the 1, and the O. Oh, there we go. And the O is the 0. Yeah, so they usually do something very clever with the number of the crew, something like that. So you can see that graphic there. But I guess now, as we've gotten into double digits, it's getting a little more complicated. So, live, laugh, launch. Why not? That's a great one too. Crew 7, bye. Very fun.
So, we've had an update on the weather side of things. So apparently they are looking at the weather still. They're going to have a briefing at 2 hours to launch, essentially around the time that we will see, for example, the Dragon side hatch closed, right? That is, and yes, Kevin, I know you still had it. That's an updated graphic. Anyways, they're going to have that briefing at L-2 hours, 2 hours to the launch, essentially. One of the things that they don't want to do is get the crew on the spacecraft and then go through the fueling while they are on board, because it's a very risky thing, right? Like, you don't want to put the crew at risk, or at least unnecessary risk, if you will. Like, if you can avoid it, then that is something that you can, remove from the list of many things are risky with spaceflight in general. So they're going to look at the weather. They're going to do that briefing at 2 hours to launch. Right now, it's still a concern. They looked at it at 8 hours to launch, and they decided that it was good enough to proceed. But if for whatever reason things do not trend in a good direction, they can decide to then, stop the count and recycle to another time. That is one of the main concerns right now, that weather forecast for launch. So we'll have to wait another hour and a half to see what they do. They still have until the time of propellant load. Remember, there's like that go, no go poll. As you can see there at, 2 hours and 42 minutes from now, LD verified scope for propellant loading. Right before that, that is essentially up until that point where they have to decide whether to go or not with propellant load and put the crew at risk. Like, that's one of the things that they really would not love to do with a crew. But, we'll see. Yesterday, unfortunately, they had a scrub right 1 minute before the liftoff was bound to happen. But let's hope there's no weird things going on today.
Indeed. So that's, you said 2 hours prior they're going to be doing that? So that puts it at around 9:40, so about an hour and a half?
Yep. So we are T-minus 3 hours, 26 minutes. So, yep, hour and a half.
So we will keep you updated on whatever comes through with that. Awesome. Let's do some other questions while we're waiting here. Again, the crew is still at the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building, the ONC. So they've just done their card game, and they are about to walk out from those doors out in front. So we'll be sure to bring you that when they do. But in the meantime, we were talking about the some upgrades to the capsule. Are the parachutes? So obviously we have new parachutes for this one, but are the parachutes reused normally if they're not upgraded? Alex, you want to take that?
Or crew, I think they don't, but they still recover them because first, you don't want them to be, thrown in the ocean and becoming junk and whatnot. At least the one that stays floating, the one that sinks, because sometimes they do sink and everything. They do not recover those, but if they float and they still afloat, and they stay afloat for long enough, then they can recover them, and then they can look at them and how they performed during the. What's this? Oh, that's the LC1 video. We're talking about the parachutes, not the propulsive landing. But anyways, so they recover them. They can look at them and be able to know how they performed, not just with the data, but actually physically looking at the materials and whatnot. I do know for cargo they have reused parachutes in the past for cargo Dragons. I'm not sure about the crew though. I will not be fully sure to tell. Maybe Sawyer, do you know if, or do you remember if they've ever done that with a crew?
To reuse the parachutes? No, I've never heard of it with crew mission.
Okay. Yeah, because I didn't know.
Give them
that
a fresh
recently
one,
they did. Yeah, recently I know they did it with cargo. Oh, there we go.
There we go. So here they come walking down that hallway. They're going to be getting into a big elevator in just a second here. There we go. So it seems like everything is moving on time, which is great. Yesterday they were actually behind by, 10, 15 minutes, I think. But obviously they made up for that time while they were sitting around.
That was the team out at the pad that was behind yesterday. But everything on track today.
Yeah. All right, so they're heading down, and soon they'll be heading out those doors. Very historic shot, very historic location there. As you can see, there's stickers all around the doors there from so many past missions. This is the site of those iconic shots that you see of the astronauts heading out, loading into their vans over the years, and now they're Teslas. These they're all lined up there, ready to take them over. And this is a really special moment for the astronauts too. This is their last moments with their families, of course. They say goodbye to everyone before they head up to space. They have been quarantined, so you'll see they are going to be standing a little bit of a distance away from them. There's no hugging or anything like that. But it's a really, sweet moment for them. This is their last times to see them before their big moment when they launch. And then they'll be up there for, 6 to 8 months. So Dee's out there bringing us some of these shots as well here. So thank you for being out there early.
Max, I believe, is out there as well for still photography.
Fabulous. And we're going to see some amazing shots. They always get some beautiful shots of the crew when they come out of those doors as well. So I'm sure we'll be able to show those to you in just a bit. And again, if anyone has any questions, feel free to just, at NASASpaceflight us in the chat. I have a couple queued up that we'll get to in just a second, though. I'm wondering how the vibe is out there. We're seeing some of the wider shots of everyone. It seems like it was a little bit less crowded than yesterday.
It's probably about the same. I mean, there's always more hype, it feels like, on the first attempt, and then by attempt 2, it's always, well, here we go again, but obviously the family and friends are gonna be out there every time to cheer them on.
Of course. Oh, all right, doors are open, here they come. That's not them, just kidding.
Fist bump.
But should be coming out those doors any minute now.
Should be coming out any second now. So far, they look to be on time, because this is usually when they, like, T-minus 3 hours, 20 minutes is usually the time they...
Oh, you know what?
I think the crew will go.
Yeah, I think, let's see, if things are to plan, they might literally be holding them, because I think they were saying that the walkout time would be 8:23. So let's see. Let's see if they're literally just standing behind those doors waiting to be queued.
Yeah, sometimes if they're a little bit too ahead, I mean, it's always great to have margins, right? But those margins are... Oh, there we go.
There we go. 8:23 on the dot. That's NASA for you. All right, so here they come. So from left to right, we've got mission specialist Oleg Platanov. We've got Mike Fincke, the pilot. Zena Cardman standing behind that photographer's head, the commander. And Kimiya from JAXA on the far right there, the other mission specialist. So they'll head over now and say hello to their families one last time. And say goodbye to their families one last time.
But yeah, the reason why it was like that, it's like they already have the margins in the schedule, right? They already... So you don't really want to be too ahead, because those astronauts then will be sitting on Dragon for a longer time.
Very good point. And their card game went pretty quickly this morning as well.
Exactly.
Has commenced on schedule.
There we go. And let's hope we don't get to see this tomorrow.
Yeah, seriously.
Let's hope we don't see this till Crew 12.
Yeah. But it is a really nice opportunity. You know, they get a chance to talk to their families and say goodbye. And this is a long duration mission, so they're going to be gone for a few months. It can be kind of emotional sometimes to watch this, especially if, they have small children or something.
Advanced team is complete with preps and ready for crew arrival. On schedule.
On schedule. And you have to remember, they've been quarantined for a bit now, too. So, they can't get too close. They've been quarantined from their family even, a little bit longer than this, too. But it is really nice and kind of a more of a newer tradition. The Apollo and shuttle crews never really got this opportunity. They came out, they waved, and they just got whisked into a van and sent out to the pad. So seeing them talk to their loved ones, and then, when they get in their cars, they're kind of waving out the windows and everything. It is a nice little thing.
And there's the shoulder tap from 34.
Yeah. They always come over and they're like, okay, guys, wrap it up. Let's go. So you'll see we've got the commander and the pilot getting into a car. We've got the 2 mission specialists getting into a car. And then they've also got a police escort with them as well. So that's the 3 cars. And again, if you like to keep track of those license plates, they are Live, Laugh, Launch.
34. Come on, guys. Get on the car. That's Haley Sparsa from SpaceX.
Sounds like we have a helicopter up there too, maybe.
And that's the view from that chopper, it seems like, or there's the
Oh,
one probably in front of them, actually. But yeah, there've been 2 choppers that kind of go around here. There's the NASA TV chopper, and then there's a security chopper. So,
all right, now the families can get a little closer because we've got the windows up, but... And again, you might be wondering, why are they doing this so early if their launch time is 11:43? Why are they leaving so early? But as Alex was saying, they're building in a bunch of contingency time. If there's ever a need for troubleshooting with the crew prior to fueling, this is the time to get that out of the way. Because it's an instantaneous launch window, so things need to go according to plan.
the immediate family, of course, getting to go up to the windows there now that it's closed in the final waves. I will say it was cool yesterday. There was a bunch of people where I was at the press site as they drove by wearing shirts that were the Mike Fincke fan club.
Is that Jessica Williams? That looks like Jessica Williams, the astronaut. She was on Crew 4.
You mean Watkins?
Watkins, sorry, yeah. Sorry, I work with a Jessica Williams. Jessica Watkins, thank you. All right. Waving goodbye, kissing goodbye. Should be pulling out of here any minute now. Here we
There they go.
Lots of cheers.
Off the roll.
So next up, as they pull out of here, they're going to be taking about a 20-minute drive from the ONC up to 39A. They're going to be going up State Road 3 and up to around the VAB and out to the Kennedy Parkway to their launch site. So we always have these cool helicopter views and also some views from inside the car as they take that drive. And while they do that, we're obviously going to be bringing you those shots. But also, it's a good time now for us to go over that crew one more time and you know, give you a little bit of some background on each of them. So we'll start off with Oleg Platanov. He is a mission specialist. He is, of course, a Roscosmos cosmonaut. And this is his very first space flight. So before his selection as a cosmonaut in 2018, he earned a degree in engineering from Krasnodar Air Force Academy in aircraft operations and air traffic management. He also earned a bachelor's degree in state and municipal management in 2016 from the Far Eastern Federal University in Russia. And in 2021, he was also assigned as a test cosmonaut. So I guess there's like a special different level of cosmonauts. And he has experience in piloting aircraft, zero gravity training, scuba diving, and wilderness survival, which are all, of course, important training aspects that every astronaut gets going into this. Next up, we've got Kimiya, who is also a mission specialist. Kimiya, it's going to be his second trip. So he's a JAXA astronaut. He spent 142 days in space when he flew as a flight engineer for Expedition 44 and 45 in 2015. So again, kind of, a little bit of a pro here now. He was a graduate of the School of Science and Engineering at the National Defense Academy of Japan and later joined the Air Self-Defense Force at the Japan Ministry of Defense. And in 2008, he joined the Air Staff Office at the Ministry of Defense as Lieutenant Colonel before becoming an astronaut in 2009. After his mission, he was assigned to be the chief of the JAXA astronaut group, and he was also, interestingly, assigned to the Starliner 1 crewed mission, which also with Mike Fincke, who I'll get to in a second. So this was going to be the first operational crew of Starliner after that test flight that we all saw, but he was reassigned to Crew-11 due to, of course, the ongoing testing with that schedule. Then Mike Fincke, we have as our pilot. He also has been to space before. This is his 4th trip to space. He logged 382 days in space and 9 spacewalks during his last 3 trips. I mentioned earlier 2 of those were on Soyuz, and the last was on the final flight of Space Shuttle Endeavour in 2011. But since then, he's applied all of his expertise to NASA's Commercial Crew program. He's helped to advance the development and the testing of Dragon, as well as the Boeing Starliner, towards their certification. And again, fun fact, he was supposed to be actually on the infamous Starliner crew flight test with Butch and Sunny, but it was later decided that they wanted that to just be a 2-person mission. So he became the backup pilot. But then he was reassigned to the Starliner 1 mission, again with Kimiya Yui. That would have, again, been the first operational crewed flight of it. But earlier this year, he was moved to this flight to better support its activities, and also because, who knows when that one was going to be. So he's from Emsworth, Pennsylvania. That's right outside of Pittsburgh. Woohoo, go Pittsburgh. And he has a bachelor's from MIT in aeronautics and astronautics, as well as Earth, atmospheric, and planetary sciences. He also has a master's degree in aeronautics and astronautics from Stanford. And he's a graduate of the U.S. Air Force Test Pilot School and a retired U.S. Air Force colonel with more than 2,000 flight hours in more than 30 different aircraft. Finally, we've got Zena Cardman, who is our commander, and she is a rookie. This is going to be her first flight. Not uncommon to see our commanders not having experience, or anyone else. Of course, they try to balance it out with who has been into space and who hasn't. But she was selected as a NASA astronaut in 2017. She's a member of the infamous Turtles class. That's their mascot. She's from Williamsburg, Virginia, and has a bachelor's degree in biology and a master's degree in marine sciences from UNC Chapel Hill. And at the time that she was selected, her background really was in geosciences. She'd begun pursuing a doctorate in that, with a lot of her research in geobiology and geochemical cycling, focusing on subsurface environments. So thinking, about caves and deep sea sediments and stuff, which, as one of the Artemis era astronauts now, things that are going to be important for when we get to the moon and start, exploring some of those things with regolith and, seeing, even in Mars as well, looking into that sort of thing. So important background there. But notably, she also had been previously assigned to the Crew-9 mission, along with astronaut Stephanie Wilson. But they were both ultimately removed, and Cardman was reassigned to Crew-11 here to save 2 empty seats for Butch and Sunny to come home from their Starliner mission. So as you can see there, this particular crew was heavily influenced by that whole Starliner drama that happened earlier this year. But it's for the better. Honestly, this crew is going to be doing some very particular experiments that are going to be helping to shape the Artemis program. And so all of their backgrounds, they do a really wonderful selection, balancing out the teams and making sure that their backgrounds really fit the mission of what they'll be doing. So Crew-11 is no exception here. So as you can see, we're driving down the road. On our right here, we've got the VAB coming into view. Always a stunning part of that drive if you're ever out at the Cape. When it starts to come in, you're just like, wow, it's the VAB.
Yeah, soon to be passing our cameras at the press site.
Yeah, I was just going to say maybe we might see, Sawyer getting a shot out there as well as we get closer. Coming around that corner.
Gonna pass by the VAV, NASA's Vehicle Assembly Building, with another rocket inside. They stacked the SLS rocket for Artemis 2.
That's right. They're working on that right now.
Yep.
And I
think missing its Orion spacecraft.
I think the mobile launcher is actually right outside too. At least I think it was yesterday.
Right mobile launcher too.
Mm-hmm.
For the other version of SLS Block 1B. But there we can see the crew passing in front of the VAB and also NASA's launch control room there. Very packed parking lot there, you can see. Lots of people.
Yeah. So as they're going down here, again, they're going to be coming around the bend. They're going to be heading out to 39A now, which is, of course, where their rocket is located. Let's get to a couple more questions too while we're doing this. Somebody who was actually asking regarding our coverage too, is any NSF team on a helicopter? We do have some coverage via helicopter, don't we?
Right now, no, but we
Not right
do
now, but we do.
flyovers. Yeah,
Mhm.
we do flyovers of the Cape. Trying to do them more or less every month. Sometimes Starship is in the way, right? Just like today, there's potential for a Starship test.
Starship
at
is always in the
Starbase.
way.
Yeah, we'll cover that whenever that gets more active and whatnot. So sometimes our team is a little bit busy, and our folks get busy and whatnot, and so but yeah, we're trying to do them more or less every month or so. And so our latest one, I think, was 2 weeks ago. Lots of updates since then, so I guess we'll have to plan another one soon.
But we do provide some coverage like that sometimes. So we do have these Cape flyovers that you can always tune into our channel and watch. And of course, just coverage everywhere. We've got Starbase Live, so you can always watch what's going on out there. We've got the Space Coast Live. We've always got cameras down at the Cape as well to see what's going on. And then of course we have our McGregor Live. We've all these live cameras everywhere. And then we've also got our produced shows too. So if you want to hear updates about what's going on at Starbase, we've got Starbase Update. We've also got This Week in Spaceflight. Humble brag, self plug here. Every Friday we do our show, This Week in Spaceflight. I host it. Alex oftentimes writes it, as well as Marty and Martin and the whole crew of writers behind the scenes. And then Ryan is our editor as well. And it's the kind of the space news recap of the week. We kind of cover everything that's been going on, all of the launches and just any news that's been released and science and all kinds of stuff. And we do dailies. We have shorts. We have all kinds of stuff that is always happening on our YouTube channel. So be sure to subscribe, and of course all the live streams too. So be sure to subscribe and get notified whenever we go live for things, just like Crew-11, and when new things drop.
And speaking of twists, we're gonna have an episode later today.
We are.
With you hosting it.
I got 3 hours of sleep this morning because I was still working on it last night, guys.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and
right
shout out
to
the two Martys, because yesterday I was on the Crew-11 first attempt stream. I then went to the Ship 37 static fire stream. So I couldn't do that without having two other writers helping with twists, and that is always great that we have more people getting all of this all of the balls rolling, all of the levers being pulled, and bells ding. What did you say yesterday? I think you said something like
ringing all the
ding.
bells and pulling all the levers, and it's like the man behind the curtain in The Wizard of Oz. That's Kevin usually. Yeah. But yeah, no, it takes a village. It really does. Like we are a huge team and a well-oiled machine at this point. Sometimes not a well-oiled machine, but we do our best.
And here they come to the ramp at 39A. This is usually when you can see the scale of how tiny humans are compared to any kind of rocket hardware. We're talking yesterday about there's like this sort of piece of hardware that is usually put at the top of the stromback, and it is used for fairings, and it's so big, and it's just the top of the stromback. It is that thing that is sort of to the right of our NSF logo there on the ramp, and it's just so funny how small people look next to all that.
Got some other questions that I want to get to here. So speaking of with this launch and how they are able to get to the ISS, really, we were mentioning before that they launch and then they kind of follow the trajectory of the ISS and sort of
crew have arrived at the pad on schedule.
All right on time. They have to kind of catch up with the ISS behind it to dock. So the question from 9/8 Central here is it mostly up to the Dragon capsule to use energy to catch up with the ISS, or can the ISS maneuver and change speed?
It's mostly down to the Dragon. They usually do when they plan the reboosts of the ISS, because every now and then they have to do those since there's still a little bit of atmosphere up there, right? So there's a little bit of drag and whatnot. So every now and then they have to do these reboosts of the ISS orbit, and yeah, they can do that. But in terms of Dragon getting to the ISS itself doesn't maneuver to encounter Dragon. It's Dragon the one that goes up to the ISS, essentially.
Yeah, the ISS
because it's a
is
lot
much
easier. It's smaller,
bigger.
so
Yeah, the ISS is much bigger than the capsule itself. That is
exactly.
very true. And another question about that as well. Well, kind of about that and how they get there. Since they were a day behind now because of the scrub yesterday, is their trip to the ISS shorter or longer or unchanged? And the answer to that is actually it's shorter now. They are still supposed to be docking with the ISS at the same time, August 2nd, so tomorrow, at 3 o'clock in the morning, Eastern time.
Yeah,
And that is orbital mechanics. I can't really explain that much more
it's
than that.
gone. Yeah, it's gone from like I think it was like 38 hours or something like that. They were planning with yesterday's attempt to now being 15 hours. So much easier. The whole reason you don't see, for example, what the Russians do with shorter times and whatnot is precisely because overall mechanics, you have to time your launch time very correctly, because you launch when the orbit of the ISS is over the launch site. But the ISS itself in that orbit can be on the other side of the globe. So if it's closer to the launch site, it's going to take less time to get there. The Dragon doesn't have to wait too much to then reach the ISS and get to it. But if it's too far away, then it's going to take longer. What I'm guessing is that regardless of whether they were going to be launching yesterday or today, they were still going to reach the ISS tomorrow at 3 a.m. because that was sort of what the orbit was going to be ending up, getting to when you catch up to the ISS and whatnot. It just so happens that today you're probably doing the trick of, the ISS is probably a little bit earlier in its orbit because it's 24 minutes earlier, right? So 24 minutes going at nearly 8 kilometers per second. You could travel a lot in 24 minutes. You can essentially cross like a quarter of the globe in that time, right? And so I'm guessing that's the whole reason why. It's a very complicated balance of orbital mechanics and whatnot. Also, crew sleep. Like, you don't want a rendezvous time that is, for example, 10 hours. Because 10 hours is right on the edge. These astronauts woke up very early today. And the whole pre-launch procedures are like several hours. And then if you account the 10 hours to get to the ISS and whatnot, it's too long, right? It's too much time being awake. So sometimes, for example, with this rendezvous, which is 15 hours, it's long enough that you can put in the middle a sleep period, essentially. So sometimes they also time these launches around the crew health and their sleep schedules and whatnot, because you don't really want them to be up for like 20 hours. That will be not good for the crew. If there's an emergency or something like that, they will be very tired. You don't want to do that.
I can only imagine too, for the two rookies on this mission who've never been to space, that must be so bizarre that first time. They're like, okay, time to go to sleep, taking a nap. And then they wake up and they're in microgravity, I mean, they've been in it when, they went to sleep in it, but just that disorientation that you feel when you first wake up in the morning. You're like, where am I? Okay, like, what day is it? And they're in space. Like, what? It's got to be so wild. While Crew-11 is actually up on the ISS, though, it's worth noting that their time up there now for their mission is going to coincide with the 25-year milestone of the ISS. So we have had continuous human presence on board the ISS in space for 25 years as of November. And, ever since the first crew expedition arrived up there, it's enabled more than 4,000 experiments. It's really been a springboard and a model for living in outer space. And it's really essential as we look towards long-term habitation of things like the moon and Mars and other space stations that are going up too. I believe I read a stat there have been 290 visitors from 26 countries up in the ISS over the past 25 years. So it's kind of bittersweet to think we're going to be deorbiting it soon. But and speaking of, Alex, yes, tell us, what is this? What are we looking
This
at?
map is Jay's invention to see where the ISS is, and we also seen there the crew walking out to the tower and doing the lean back.
This is another tradition. The lean, of course. This is they lean back, they look at the rocket. A nice hug there. They look at the rocket that they're about to launch up to space in. And that is something that also started way back with Alan Shepard. When he, went out to see his Mercury Redstone rocket. Bit smaller than it is now with the Falcon 9s. But of course, that is a huge thing. Now, of course, they're getting into the elevator. They go up in pairs of twos, and believe it or not, the button, the top button in the elevator, it says space on it. So that's also, another fun tradition that when they get up there, usually there's a phone call. Although I don't know if we saw that yesterday. I know we were trying to remember if we actually saw a phone call or not. They might have done away with that. But they're gonna go up this elevator. And then they'll take some extra stairs because the original tower was built for shuttle, and original levels for access during the shuttle program, they were a little lower. And so when it was reconfigured now for Falcon 9, which is a bit taller, they didn't have a level at the height that they needed for the Dragon Crew access arm. And the elevator shaft had already been built, so they had to add another level to get them up to the crew access arm.
Yeah.
So that's where they're heading at now. Up those
and
stairs.
For people are wondering... Yeah, there we go. The stairs.
I was just going to say the phone, I believe, is on that. I think it's on that mid-level, or maybe it's on the top one. But we'll keep an eye out here.
Yeah,
like
they removed the procedure there, the tradition of calling on the phone. Yesterday we did not see that. But the baskets, for example, you can see those arrows painted on the ground. And they point to where they need to go. Sometimes, if there's an emergency, they have like sprinkles and things like that, the sprinkle system, right, on the tower to be able to dose off whatever potential fires there may be and things like that. So the only thing that you want to do is like look down, go straight ahead, and the arrows sort of point to where you have to go for emergency. Just like on a plane, like, they always have these sort of signs of where you have to go if there's an emergency. There we go.
All right, so we've got Mike Fincke and Zena Cardman, the pilot and the commander, heading down that crew access arm into their capsule. All smiles, cheering it on. Hoping for a better outcome today. At the end of this access arm here, you can see on the wall, there is a NASA logo and a SpaceX logo. And all around it, there's a bunch of signatures. So yesterday, as is another tradition, there she's touching the wall, or her signature, all right. That is a tradition.
The White Room on schedule.
That is a tradition where they sign the wall before they go into the capsule. The NASA astronauts, of course, sign around the NASA logo, the SpaceX ones for the commercial missions. So, Polaris Dawn and whatnot, Inspiration 4 sign on the right side on the SpaceX logo. And, so they signed here yesterday on their first attempt. They don't need to do that again. And we'll also see another thing here, too, where they're going to be... swapping or handing over their patches. So they've got the crew patch, and usually they give it to the pad ninjas to hold on to. Sawyer was kind of talking about that earlier. They grab the patch from the ground team members, they take it up with them in space, and they get it back when the crew comes back. Looks like we're doing some last minute suit checks here.
Sometimes they also have like protections on their boots, like on the base of the boot and things like that. So they have to remove those before going into the capsule.
Oh, that's a good point.
Oh. And here we have the two mission
doing the
specialists.
lean. NASA loves their traditions and their superstitions. There's other things too, like, a lot of people will wear green nail polish, green for go on launch day. And there's another lovely tradition at Kennedy that we were talking about this yesterday too. It started during the shuttle era where cornbread and beans, slow cooked beans, are served after a successful launch. So as Sawyer was saying yesterday, well, they're slow cooked, so they've been cooking for a while. So maybe they're just keeping them warm overnight for another day for today. So the beans and then...
It takes 8 hours, by the way, to make those. The recipe is online if anyone wants to try it.
So did they make a fresh batch for today, do you think? Or do you think they just cooked them for 8 plus 24 hours?
I don't know.
Do you get some of the beans? Because you're there.
No, I don't. No, this is a different building.
Oh. So, that's one. And then, of course... actually, we were trying to figure out where that came from before, but beans are a good luck thing now that I think of it. Isn't that like a New Year's tradition is like a specific type of bean, like in the South? I feel like that's like a good luck thing. Anyway, tell us in chat if you happen to know anything about the beans there. But also cutting the necktie of anyone that was new on console after a successful launch. We saw that with Charlie Blackwell Thompson, who was the launch director of Artemis. She wore a tie just so it could be cut. But that is, going back to the aviation tradition where a pilot's shirt tails are cut off after their first solo flight. So lots of lovely little things like that. Lots of camaraderie and beans. All right, Mike, oh my God, Mike and Zena are now, I'm so tired, guys. Mike and Zena are now in the capsule, getting all strapped in there. And we've got Kimiya and Oleg coming through the crew access arm now so that they can also get in soon. Oh yeah, and so we had a question. The visual lice was asking, are they going to sign the wall again? Nope, they do not sign the wall again. That is precious real estate. As you can see, they're already kind of spiraling out from the NASA logo. They were already on the second kind of row there. So no, they just kind of touched the wall where their signature was, as you can see, and carry on with their procedures. We got another question from Ari. I think I know the answer to this one already, but I'm going to toss this over to you, Alex, as our resident falconologist. Is Falcon 9 the most launched U.S. rocket?
In terms of rocket that has kept a similar configuration for most of its lifetime, yes. I think if you count Atlas, I think it is the most launched because there's been like dozens of different variants, right? But they've been quite different between each other. Like you've got the old Atlas missile, for example, being balloon tanks and things like that, stage and a half with the boost engines, the sustainer engine and things like that. So it's nothing like the current Atlas, for example, right? Whereas Falcon 9, even the tic-tac-toe configuration was still, two-stage, Merlin engine, gas aerator, Carolux engine, and things like that. So the differences are even fewer than if you were to compare, for example, the original Atlas to the current Atlas. But even then, Falcon 9 still, like, even if you count just Falcon 9 Block 5, it's still most launches than than any other American rocket, as far as I know. It's not like I have a hard number here, but I do know off the top of my head that I think Atlas was like 600, 700 or so, if you count all of them. Whereas Falcon 9, in general, all of the variants and whatnot, it's more than 500. Falcon 9 Block 5, I think it's well above 450. So, yeah. But most American launched rocket.
So we're getting the last crew members inside through that hatch now. Getting them seated. And then we're going to get that door sealed up. And then they wait for a long time until they are ready and fueled.
Yep.
It looks like all 4 of them are in their seats now. This is around the part where we'll start seeing people just sort of get cozy and sometimes take a nap while they're waiting. Because again, our aim right now for the instantaneous launch window is 11:43 a.m. So we've got about 3 hours, just under 3 hours.
Yeah, 2 hours, 46 minutes, and 18 seconds.
Yep.
As we're counting down there.
So if you think about it, they are in their seats and they're not moving for, well, until they are in space, essentially. So yesterday, they were in the capsule for, 4 or 5 hours, I think, because they still had to stay there and wait for all of the propellant to offload. And then they could get off. So they were just sitting there, not doing anything, just hanging out, talking. Although we did see Zena had snacks with her. We don't know if that's allowed, but she brought snacks.
Yeah.
It must be allowed.
For the snacks, by the way.
Oh. I was going to say that because we got a few people yesterday. I saw the comments in chat. Oh, they're going to have to be, because we were talking about the rendezvous, right, to the ISS just like today. And some people thought that, once they reach orbit, they still have the suits. They have to be strapped in their seats. And that is not the case. Once they get there, they can get off their suits, get off their seats, and be comfortable. And, that's a good thing at the very least, that they don't have to be like that for the entirety of the trip to the station.
For sure. Sawyer, were you going to say something about the snacks?
I sure was. In fact, that goes all the way back to shuttle. They would have a little pocket in their the orange suits. They'd be able to sneak in little PB&J sandwiches and snacks for while they're out on the pad. So
I don't think they were supposed to, though.
Yes, they did have pre-launch snacks, or at least snacks that as soon as they entered orbit, they could eat something right away after. So yeah, it was cool to see that they now have that snack pocket still. It's just in their tablet case.
No corned beef sandwich.
Though. Yeah, no corned beef sandwich, though. The food has to be approved.
Yeah. The other thing as well is that, we just barely in our daily lives, when we're going for example for a plane or something like that, we don't spend 3 hours, right? Well, sometimes we do, but we don't sit down on the plane, on the cars, whatever, for 3 hours before they actually go. And so I don't blame them if that were the case for a car, for a train, for a plane, or something like that, where you have to sit there 3 hours until it actually goes. I don't blame them that they fall asleep or something like that.
So I'm getting word that we have some pictures from earlier, from when they were coming out of the building. All right, so we see Kimiya Yui waving out the window there. Very nice. That's a Julia photo. Smiling, lovely. We've also
for some
got...
reason, Zena and Mike didn't roll down their window again this time, but you can kind of see them at least through it waving.
And that's a Sawyer photo. Yep. Very nice. Oh, another great shot. That's Jerry. I need to make my window bigger. I can't read. Okay, there we go. Jerry Pike. That's the Tesla running right in front of the VAB. Looks like that's also the mission specialist because their windows were down. Great shot of the 4 of them right after they came out, waving to everyone in front of the ONC building.
This from Max at the walkout.
Another shot from Max here of Oleg Platanov, cosmonaut, mission specialist. And Kimiya Yui, also a Max shot. Lovely black and white of Mike Fincke from Max. Great smiles. Everyone's so happy. And Zena Cardman. Great shots, Max. These are great. I love the black and white ones. It's just a very classic look. Nice. Great work, guys. Obviously, we love to promote all of the work that our incredible photographers do, so be sure to follow them on the socials. They oftentimes will post a lot of their pictures from there, and sometimes they'll also their photos will end up in our shop too, and you can always get maybe even like a Max, metal print or a Sawyer metal print or something, and put it on your wall to look at for all eternity. So you can check those out at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. And also check out all of our other cool merch. So it looks like we're finalizing our suit checks, our seat checks here. They're going to be doing the suit checks in a bit. And this is the ISS. Alex, can you tell us a bit about what we are looking at here and what is this new exciting partnership that we now have a live view of where the ISS is?
Well, this is part of Jay's doing, getting some of the data from the ISS and plotting it here in a custom-made map where we can see the position of the ISS live. And I believe even when it is not zoomed in, you can see also the altitude, the latitude and longitude. And this is part of a secret thing, I guess, that we also teased yesterday with Sen. And those camera views from the ISS, and it's a partnership between NSF and SEN because they have live high definition camera views from the ISS from 2 different places that they have there. They have cameras looking at the forward end of the station, looking at Dragon. They have cameras looking down on Earth, directly down. We had Charles Black from SEN here at NSF on Europe's Future in Space. It's a European, basically London-based company from the UK. And so, yeah, we had them for that series of live streams and interviews. It's always cool to see, lots of different ideas. Like, let's put live streaming cameras in space. Like, why not? And in fact, high definition cameras.
DAS has wanted to do that for years. It's only a matter of time, guys, before NSF has live feeds from space. I'm just saying.
Yep. And hopefully here we'll see, once we get closer to launch, I'd be curious to show what I said before, where it's like, yes, the orbit of the ISS is crossing the launch site, but the ISS is not over the launch site. It doesn't need to be over the launch site. And that's what drives, that time to docking, from launch to docking. Because the Dragon has to catch up eventually. So we'll be able to use this as well for that.
Very cool. And again, thank you to Sen for that partnership with us to be able to bring you those live views.
Copy, ready for comm checks. We are configured for umbilical comm checks. So seat 1, seat 2, seat 3, seat 4, comm check.
Seat 1, loud and clear.
2, loud and clear.
Seat 3, loud and clear.
Seat 4, loud and clear.
Core, all were loud and clear. Umbilical comm check is complete. Report when ready for seat rotation.
So.
Alrighty, so comm checks are looking good. Also, you'll notice that at this point now, too, they'll be kind of pulling out those tablets, kind of just getting comfortable. We had another question. Are the astronauts allowed to bring their personal cell phones with them up into space? So for Polaris Dawn, I can actually answer that question anyway. Obviously, I think the crew program is a little different here, so I'm going to guess no. But for Polaris Dawn, because they were testing Starlink, they did bring personal cell phones up. However, Sarah said that they had to have new phones. So essentially, because of the way that their capsule was going to be depressurized because of that EVA situation, where essentially all 4 of them were in an EVA because the whole thing got depressurized, they were saying that for their phones, the battery life and the battery history was very important. So like if they had dropped their phone previously, they had to make sure that it was a fresh battery. So they could bring up a personal cell phone, but it had to be a brand new, like, Apple or iPhone or whatever it was. So for that one, yeah, they did actually bring cell phones up that were personal to them. And like I mentioned, they were FaceTiming words, their families from the capsule even, and able to access great internet the entire time through the use of Starlink. But to answer your question for this one, I do not think that they bring their personal cell phones with them in space. There's other ways that they can call home once they get to the ISS. And as we saw yesterday too, actually, they can take photos on those little iPads that they have. Kimiya, you actually took a selfie of them all kind of strapped up in their capsule while they were waiting to disembark from the capsule yesterday after it didn't go. So yeah, I guess there's similar capabilities to those little iPads to iPhones. And I don't know, we always joke about the in-flight movie, but I'm sure there's some sort of entertainment on there too for them. They've got some time to kill.
Yeah, and one thing to specify here, because I was almost getting into an argument about this with Kevin in the background. The reason they brought for Polaris Dawn new cell phones, it's not because they need to be new, but it's because they need to know the story. Oh, there we go.
Copy, Dragon. We will report when initiating.
It's because they need to know the history of the phone, right? Like your own phone has been everywhere. It's maybe been dropped and things like that. Whereas it's brand new. And so, you can track that already from the beginning as its beginning is history.
Seat rotation.
Copy.
There we go.
Yeah, it's a lot easier for them to get in when the seats are rotated forward more. During the shuttle days, they didn't have that. They were fixed seats, so it was quite an ordeal to get everyone in and strapped in. This makes it a lot easier, and you'll also see now they have easier access to the screens, which is all their information, as well as all of the touch screens that they can access.
And that's a pretty serious angle. When they were getting kind of unstrapped and everything, when they were coming out yesterday, we had a camera view from inside, and there was a pad ninja inside, standing next to them, like kind of helping them get out of their seats, and you could really see the difference. Like
Dragon
the pad
SpaceX
ninja,
seats are in the launch position.
the ninja standing next to them, straight up and down, and them really rotated backwards to get out of
Dragon,
those
you have
seats.
to go for Section 2, suit leak check preparation.
To get out, it's probably no small feat.
Those
Those suits are pretty heavy. They're about 20 pounds each. So, yeah, that's a little bit of a climb. So you just
Also,
heard they're
to
about
answer-
to do...
Oh,
Go
sorry.
ahead.
To answer our question from yesterday, you're right. The red swoop does not continue.
Yeah, we were talking about that wall. The NASA logo, the tip of the little red swoop is missing. So we were wondering if it was peeling off or something. So you just heard they're about to do their suit leak checks. They're going to kind of puff them up. And there was actually a question about this. 9/8 Central was wondering, is it standard procedure to test the suits on the ground and then again in the capsule? And yes, they test them quite a bit. they want to make sure that everything is sealed and good, and there's going to be no issue with those suits. Looks like they're working on sealing up the door right now.
Yeah, they begin these inspections rather early. Usually the hatch is closed around a T-2 hour, 20 minutes, or between 20 and 10, essentially. I think yesterday was at 15, like right smack in the middle of that.
Ready for leak check.
There we go, leak checks.
Copy, Dragon. You have a go for Section 3, suit leak check.
Go, Section 3, suit leak check.
Hopefully we get to see that, because that's when we start to actually see their suits really puff up, where they pressurize them pretty much as far as they'll go. They look like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man for a bit, to make sure that there are no leaks, that the pressure holds through the entirety of the test, in the worst case scenario that they need them.
Yep. Approaching 2.5 hours to launch.
With that door inspection, I mean, they will look at every nook and cranny, every seal, every inch of that, every centimeter, whatever unit you prefer, to make sure that everything is sealed and tight and secure. Make sure there's no foreign object debris. So if you ever hear them talking about FOD, that's what that is. That could be not just like a spare piece of tape or a screw or something. It could even be, in the past, it's been a human hair. It's also been a small piece of fabric that has fallen off. That one, I think, was either Crew 10 or Axiom 4, where they actually had to double check the seal because there was a piece of fabric stuck in it. So that's why they're going to take extra time with all of that, make sure it's secured, because once that's closed, the hope is that they don't open it again until they return to Earth at least 6 months later, because they use the top of the vehicle to enter the ISS.
In the meantime, while we're waiting, just a quick shout out. Thank you so much for your support, Josh Schulten. The question here are there launch platforms that use RP1 at ambient temperature and not cryogenic? We're going to start seeing all that propellant loading in soon and seeing get all frosty, but are there launch platforms that use RP1 at ambient temperature, Alex?
Well, RP1 is not loaded cryogenic. If it were loaded at cryogenic temperatures, it will be a solid, unfortunately. But yeah, I'm sure they're referring to, like, you know, Falcon 9 cools down. They cool down the kerosene a little bit. It's not loaded at ambient temperature. It's loaded roughly -7 degrees Celsius, which I think it's 20 degrees Fahrenheit, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, it's a little bit cold. That way it gets a bit denser and they can pack a little bit more of it in the same volume. Any other kerosene-fueled rocket that you see out there uses kerosene at ambient temperature, with some exceptions, which is when in Baikonur it's also -7 degrees Celsius, it's also ambient temperature, but it's also the temperature of this kerosene.
Sure. Sometimes you see those snowy pads and you're just like,
yeah.
whoa.
Yeah.
So thank you for your support, and also thank you, Virtual RJD, for becoming a Capcom member. So you've got access to some amazing stuff now that we're going to be putting out to you. And if anyone's interested, absolutely look into becoming a member of our YouTube channel. We've got all different levels of support, and you'll get behind the scenes looks at things. You'll get exclusive photos and videos and things like that. And we, of course, love to have you as part of our community on Discord as well. So one of the main things here that we were talking about yesterday as well.
4 good leak checks.
Copy, Dragon. We see the same. Closeout team will perform final closeout steps and exit the capsule. You can proceed to Section 4, side hatch close, and report when ready to close the hatch.
In Section 4 and Wilco.
All right, so it seems like their suit checks went well. and they are getting ready to close out that hatch. They're going to be taking out that seal between the crew access arm and the Crew Dragon capsule. And we will start progressing with our countdown. We are expecting also that weather update. They're going to be having that meeting. That's going to be about half an hour, I think. So we'll be keeping an eye on that as well. But one of the things that we talked about a lot yesterday, and of course, we want to highlight again today, is the fact that Landing Zone 1 is getting retired. This is going to be an RTLS, a return to launch site for the booster, which is 1094, I believe. And it's going to be the last time that it's going to be landing on Landing Zone 1. They are retiring it. Landing Zone 2 will be used still a little bit as well. But yeah, a little bittersweet. There was a question here about that. Are there any plans for other companies to lease the area where LZ1 and LZ2 are at? As I mentioned, we still do need...
SpaceX Dragon crew are ready for side hatch closure.
Copy,
All right,
crew
they'll be
ready for
closing that
side
door
hatch
soon.
closure.
They will still be using 2 for a little bit, because obviously there will still be missions happening in the process where they start to change that over. But the area where LZ1 and 2
Dragon,
are
SpaceX,
is...
ComCheck.
SpaceX Dragon loud and clear.
Core loud and clear. Deidre's ComCheck is complete. Stand by for ComChecks with DC, MD, and LD in the launch configuration.
Check time.
Dragon, DC on countdown 1, ComCheck.
DC Dragon loud and clear.
DC loud and clear. Stand by for ComChecks with MD.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1, ComCheck.
MD Dragon loud and clear.
MD has you loud and clear. Stand by for ComCheck over Dragon to ground. Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground, ComCheck.
MD Dragon loud and clear.
And I've got you the same. Stand by for ComChecks with LD.
Dragon, LD on countdown 1 with a ComCheck.
LD Dragon loud and clear.
LD loud and clear. Stand by for ComCheck over Dragon to ground. Dragon, LD on Dragon to ground with a ComCheck.
LD Dragon loud and clear.
LD loud and clear.
Dragon, SpaceX launch configuration ComChecks are complete.
All right, so comm checks are complete. Everything's sounding good. Yeah, just finish what I was saying. So LZ1 getting retired. I've already lost my train of thought. I forgot what I was going to say. So the question, yeah. Are there other companies that are going to lease LZ1 and LZ2? So essentially, the lease for those pads with SpaceX is up, or it's coming up, and so it's the former site of Slick 13. And so essentially they're going to repurpose that, and now they're going to be 2 other, I believe it's Phantom Space and Via Space, are going to be using those pads in order to launch from that, which is really exciting. We're going to be having more private companies doing more amazing things out there. And then for any RTLS, we're now going to be having them return back to the site from which they launched from. So they're going to be building pads for that. For example, with, near 39A or something. And we were talking about yesterday, what are they going to name them? Like, what do you think they will name, the things? Will they be LZ39A? Or will it be like named after astronauts? So, will it be like LZ Bob, LZ Doug? Or will it be LZ3 and 5? And what do you think, Alex? What are they going to start naming these things?
I think there's a good chance that maybe they continue with the numbering and be like it's LC5 and 6 and 7 or something like that. Because I imagine LC39A will get 2 pads for Falcon Heavy side boosters, right? And Falcon 9 at Slick 40. So you get 1 at Slick 40, 2 at 39A. And yeah, I can imagine it being like, Landing Zone 5, 6, and 7 or something like that. Or they may do what you said, like let the landing zone at 39N. So it's something like LC39A, but with a C instead of the C. You know what I mean, right? What the English will say, the Z instead of the C. And so LZ 39A or something like that. But yeah, that could be a way. We had people like concerned, oh, we're not gonna see the double landing of the boosters for Falcon Heavy. No, they will totally do that. It's just that it's gonna happen literally at the launch site. It's gonna be a literal RTLS.
Yeah. Couple questions
even
about
the shuttle definition of the RTLS was not really an LS. It was at the shuttle landing facility, which is nearby, but not back at the landing site, or the launch site. So that this will be the first true RTLS at the Cape.
At the Cape.
I
That's
made
a
sure
good
to
point.
emphasize that.
Technically, shuttle was RTLS in a way, I guess, but yeah, they had a runway though.
Well, yeah, and Starship was the first one to take the true
Yes.
RTLS, I believe, given the whole chopstick catch.
Chopsticks, yes.
Yeah.
We have a couple questions about what's going on right now. So someone was asking, let's see, Ben Steffens is wondering, why is there a greater than 4-inch ID hose going into the capsule? Is that air conditioning?
Yep. As they are working in the capsule while it is on the ground, the ground teams go into the capsule, prepare the interior and whatnot for the astronauts. And so they need ventilation. Like, there's no windows. I mean, there are windows, but like, it's just glass, right? It's not like a window like in your house. You open it and there's ventilation and things like that. Otherwise, it's an enclosed space, and you need the ventilation going on inside Dragon. Once the hatch is closed, Dragon will transition and use its own life support system. In fact, once it's closed, we'll hear them doing the leak check of the seal on the hatch, and they do that by raising a little bit the pressure inside Dragon. Then they try to hold the pressure for a few minutes, and if they see that the pressure does not drop, then that's a good indication that there's no leak in the hatch. So, and that pressure rise is because Dragon goes in and uses its own life support system to introduce more air into the capsule.
And another question too, why do the ninjas have numbers on their backs? We were talking about this yesterday. Somebody was asking if the numbers mean something. And yeah, I think we were saying that the numbers have to do with their specific roles. Is that correct?
Yep, exactly what it comes down to. So again, if everyone's wearing the exact same black outfit, it's kind of hard to tell who is who. So the people back in Hawthorne and in the Launch Control Center, they need to figure out who they're talking to. It makes it quite easy when you look at the cameras and see, oh, that's the number. So you know who it is. And yes, each number represents a specific role. So you'll typically see those same numbers out there doing the same positions. May not always be the same person wearing that number, but whoever's wearing that number is typically doing the same job.
And just to clarify, when we say pad ninjas, everyone, those are those people that, well, they look like ninjas, right? They're wearing all black. They've got like the face masks on. In the shuttle program, they were called the closeout crew, and we just started calling them pad ninjas for fun because that's what they look like. They used to wear white suits, I think, at the shuttle era, but now for SpaceX, they wear black to differentiate themselves from the flight crew. And they wear the masks, obviously, for health reasons. Just like how we wore masks during the pandemic. They just want to make sure
Are they using X to chat with each other? It almost look like
we were talking about this
interface.
yesterday too. They were looking at the screens. We were trying to figure out what it was. What did we settle on yesterday? I can't remember. Some people were thinking it looked like Teams. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, these people, you cannot see their faces, right? So you want to identify who's working on this, and the numbers help identify people as they work around and whatnot. Like, even themselves, if they were to look at each other, they will not be able to tell who's who, probably just by looking at their eyes, right? And so by being able to know their numbers, and they've trained with each other, these ground crews train with each other, and they know their numbers, and so the numbers help identify them. And it's not like they wear these suits just because they like that, right? It avoids, as we were talking about, for example, now that they are about to close the hatch, it avoids any debris being in the seal, any debris inside the capsule, because it's gonna reach microgravity, right? Everything is gonna be floating around. If you have a hair and now it gets stuck in somebody's eyes, or like a pebble or something like that, you don't want that kind of stuff floating around the capsule, right? The smallest thing can be quite a nuisance, and so they wear all of these, covers and everything on their heads, on their hair, on their face, so you only see their eyes. The numbers help identify them.
They are really being meticulous with that door. Look at that. There's a light. It's important.
They take pictures.
I mean, you know when a door is not a door, right?
When it's ajar.
No, when it's a hatch.
Oh. Well. A hatch is still a door, though, Sawyer.
You took my joke. I had to come up with something.
Yeah, there's a lot of studying. I just want to point out in our back channel, LSR took a screenshot of the Crew-10 mission, and that little red bit of the NASA logo was there. So we are correct. Something happened between, what was that, like March, I think? In the past few months, the little red swoopy part of the NASA logo has disappeared. We are such nerds that we are like noticing stuff like that. I'm telling you, I bet it probably peeled. I bet it probably just wasn't stuck down and they were like, let's just cut it off.
I mean, it's the same sticker since 2020, so.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's Florida weather. It's like warm and wet and humid.
Dragon SpaceX, the closeout team is taking final steps in preparation for side hatch closure. Stand by for hatch closure and then transition to pad hatch closed. Ensure all items are secure from now through launch.
Straight tables.
Dragon copy from Wilco.
That's such a funny shot. They're all like, bye. All right. So I think we're a little ahead of schedule actually now. I think usually Dragon Hatch closure is usually in around 15 minutes. I mean, it might still take a little bit of time to fully confirm it, but I think we are a little ahead schedule now.
Yeah, typically about an hour 55 is when they expect the hatch to be fully closed and sealed. So again, it could be that they just take some extra time here, make sure the seal is good, like Alex was mentioning about pressure checks and all of that first. But yeah, typically on the timeline, it's hour 55 before launch when the hatch should be closed and sealed if they are on schedule.
Yeah,
so again,
they always introduced.
They built in a lot of extra time for troubleshooting.
Exactly, yeah. Well, we were mentioning before, right, that you sometimes don't want to be so ahead of the timeline because the timeline already contains the built-in margin, right? Yesterday was also around T-minus 2 hours and 15 minutes when they closed the hatch. And yeah, they have until at least the nominal timeline sort of calls that it needs to be closed by T-minus 1 hour, 55 minutes. They can still work on it a little bit later because, again, the timeline itself has margin, right? And so they still even have a little bit more margin after that, T-minus 1 hour, 55 minutes. And so, for example, if now these leak checks were not successful, say they have they see some leak or something through the hatch seal, then they can reopen it, look at it again, make sure to identify what happened, and then close it again, and it will still be on time. We're still like about less than 20 minutes, right? So we're still on time.
Yeah, and speaking of time, I mean, again, we do have that weather briefing coming up. So, here we go. We've got a map. Checking out what that weather looks like right now in the Florida area. Ugh. I see lots of bright green.
Yeah, they're
Some of that
supposed
could
to
be-
have.
Could that
Go
be
ahead,
radar
sorry.
scatter though as well? I'm sorry, I was going to say 'cause sometimes you see that as well. It's just some scatter on near a radar site. But I mean, from where we are right now here, there's some light cloud cover, nothing terrible. But I believe, Alex, they do an update at the 2-hour mark on weather.
Exactly. Yeah, we heard earlier from the teams that they were going to look at doing another weather briefing at L-minus 2 hours, or essentially 2 hours to the launch. So in about 11 minutes from now, that's when it should happen. So maybe after a few minutes after that, we're going to hear what came out of that weather briefing. And during the weather briefing, the weather, it's not just bad here, or, bad in quotes, at the launch site, but also downrange. They also have to look at the weather where you have potential for the Dragon to abort during flight and then splashdown. And there, the weather is also not great today. There was a high risk that they would not be able to go ahead with the launch due to that. So launch weather chances is 60%, right? And again, we had yesterday 90% and they still scrap because of weather at the launch site.
Yep.
And so, sometimes it's the other side of the coin that you get. And yesterday we got the 10% chance of violation. Today might be the 60% of weather being good. But as I said before, it also counts, like, you also have to take into account, because that is just the launch weather. Then you have the recovery downrange for potential abort scenarios, and that could also lead you to a scrub. So let's see what happens after that T-minus 2 hour weather briefing. I suspect that we're going to hear anything about that a few minutes afterwards. So we'll keep an ear on whatever, comes out of that. But yeah.
So yeah, that's coming up in about 10 minutes or so. We'll keep you posted. Looks like they've got that hatch closed now. They're going to be finalizing that seal. Craig from Finley, when we were talking about the little NASA. Do you guys see it? Do you see the little tip of the red swoop thing? It's missing there. Like the NASA logo has that. It like comes out from the side of it. But Craig from Finley was saying next crew launch, a pad ninja is going to be caught coloring it in with a red Sharpie. Got to stick to the brand standards, you guys. It's got to be accurate. Some views from the Cape there. So we have some puffy clouds. Not as crazy as yesterday. Yesterday, as we were progressing through the countdown, it got dark. There were some very dramatic photos from around the time it should have been launching, and actually just a little bit afterwards too. Like split right down the center. The left side of the screen was like blue, and then the right side was just black puffy clouds. Very, very dramatic looking. So based on that weather range that we were looking at there, anything could happen. And, like we said earlier, there have been times where they say there's probably only a 10% chance to go, and it works. So you never know. Yesterday was supposed to be 90% and did not happen. In the meantime, Joyce Lynn, thank you so much for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Sharing the wealth with everyone out there in the chat. If you got one of those, please do thank Joyce for that generosity as well. So now you all have access to some really cool behind the scenes stuff with us here at NSF. And also, Super Gorner, thank you for becoming a Red Team member yourself. All of your support is helpful, obviously anything like that, but also just showing up and being here on the streams, just participating, saying hi in the chat, telling us where you're from, just subscribing to our channel, even throwing us a like. Everything helps and goes a long way to help us keep everything rolling for you, bringing you coverage just like today. So thank you for being here with us, and go Crew-11. Hopefully this will get off the pad today. Alex, we have another technical question here. So there's been some discussion about stubby nozzles as of late. So do crew launches ever use a stubby nozzle? Supersonic Retro Propulsion would like to know.
No, normally... Yeah, so obviously you could think of, well, they could use the stubby nozzle and save on money on that, but there's 2 main reasons why you don't want to do that, especially on crew missions. So the first one, obviously, is the safety side of things, because the stubby nozzle, what it turns out into is that you have less performance available. You want to have as much of that performance as you can to, for potential shortfalls and things like that. Like say an engine goes out on the booster, for example, during Ascent. Sure, the booster might be lost and whatnot, but you still have the second stage that can compensate, right? The booster can burn for longer on the remaining engines and things like that. You want to have as much performance as possible available as margin in case something like that happens with crew on board. On top of that, there's also the fact that which is the second reason, and that is because you have now a less performing engine on the second stage. That means the booster needs to do more work, and therefore it cannot return to the launch site. And so it needs to do a drone ship landing. And from a logistics standpoint, if you can avoid that, that's better for SpaceX, not just for the sake of, their assets and whatnot, but because they can do other missions with that drone ship, right? And so it's always good. Like right now, there are no marine assets being used for this mission, whereas in the past, you will have like a Dragon recovery out there maybe on standby. You will have a drone ship with its tug. One of the fairing recovery vessels will probably be out there as well. Not because there's a fairing, but because they also sort of babysit the drone ship as well. It's a weird word to use for a drone ship, but it's sort of what they do with those. But there's no drone ship. They no longer recover dragons on the East Coast. So all of that is no longer here. And that's nice to not have to deal with all of that on top of, having to do all of the planning and scheduling of a crew launch, which is a lot of stuff that they need to do.
So it seems like right now they are doing the leak checks that we were kind of talking about before with the hatch. Once that's closed, they'll pressurize up Dragon, make sure none of that air escapes out, and if so, then they'll know that Dragon is good to go for flight and that the hatch is fully sealed as it's supposed to be, and that there's no FOD in the way.
And again, we are just a couple minutes out now from that weather check. I know that's been a large area of concern for today. Not just for the launch pad, but also for the the path that it's going to be taking, and if they're going to need to use that for anything. So we will bring that to you, or we'll probably just hear it piped over, honestly. When that happens, should be in just a couple minutes. Which would be really annoying if they get this far and then they're like, actually.
Still better than, have them there sitting essentially with a booster loaded, the second stage and whatnot, just
That
like
took-
yesterday.
That took a long time to get all that propellant out of the rocket yesterday, too. So they were just stuck there. Definitely better that they do it before the propellant load. In the meantime, everyone, let us know.
Good side hatch leak check.
Well, that's a good sign.
Dragon copies. Good leak check. Great news.
They're like, let's go. That was the hatch leak check. So, yeah, if anyone noticed, their visors are still open. It's not the suit leak checks just yet.
Yep, and that's a reminder, Alex. No leaks.
SpaceX for awareness, we are commencing health check for a launch escape system. Expect momentary flight computer state change, followed by a transition back to pad hatch closed.
Dragon copies. We'll monitor the flight computer state changes.
You can leak the new next spaceflight app. Just don't leak the new. Just don't leak the capsule.
Oleg's over there drawing pictures. Maybe they're playing Hangman. Taking a nap. Stretching out. But you know what I was saying? Everyone in chat, let us know. Is this your first launch? Have you ever seen one before? And also, where are you tuning in from? We always love to see where everyone is coming from.
Yeah, because I bet it's still very early, for example, in the Pacific coast, right? What time is it?
6:42 a.m. over there.
Yeah, it should be 6. Yeah, 6 a.m. Almost 7, yeah. People from Australia. There it should also be late, right, in the day.
Luxembourg, Kenya, Austria, Sweden, Netherlands,
Spain,
Singapore, South Norfolk. See, I can say it properly this time. Ryan taught me yesterday how to say that properly. It's not Norfolk. Me and my American accent.
Unless you are, what is it? It's in Kansas? There's a Norfolk?
Oh, is there? I wouldn't be
I think so, yeah. I know it from American Truck Simulator. Don't blame me.
Chris B in the back channel says I nailed it. All right, I'm good. I can go to sleep now.
Canary Islands, that's great.
Amazing. Dublin, Ireland. Yay, I studied abroad in Dublin. Oh my gosh, I love Dublin. I want to go back. I loved Ireland so much. Croatia.
Norway.
Italy. Mars.
Salt Lake City.
Mars again. Isn't there like a Mars, Ohio or something though? Isn't there like a Mars in the United States?
There's probably some towns out
Joseph
there.
Zimmerman from Kansas. Okay, so Kansas, tell us, is there a
update? Both Dragon and Falcon 9 are healthy, and we are looking good for the count. The main watch item is going to be what we briefed you in the weather briefing earlier today, which is the probability of violation at 40% due to weather at the launch site. That is the same as the weather briefing, but we are going to keep an eye on that as the count progresses.
All right.
Copy. Healthy Dragon, Healthy Falcon. Our watch item is weather, which as briefed is 40% chance of violation. We'll be monitoring. Crew will be ready to go.
All right, so it stayed about the same. So we're keeping an eye on it. And again, that might be downrange stuff. So see how that goes. So yeah, Mars, Pennsylvania. Thank you. There we go. And also Mars, aka Mid-Atlantic Regional Spaceport. There's a lot of Mars. Okay.
And should just also clarify when they say the 40% chance of violation, so that means that it's 60% go, 40% no go. So just so people aren't confused on that.
Yeah, and that doesn't count the weather down range. That is only at the launch site, and it doesn't even count things like upper level winds and things like that. It's just the things are closer to the ground or the clouds above and things like that, but not the upper level winds, for example. Those are factored in separately, essentially.
So yeah, according to the timeline, we should. So if they're still sticking to it, they should be saying, okay, yeah, the door is all, the hatch closure is done, and then at that point they're going to do the suit leak checks, and then those pad ninjas are gonna bounce. They're gonna leave from the pad, and we'll start doing all of the flamey stuff with the rocket. Well, not the flamey stuff, but the loady of the flamey stuff.
The frosty stuff.
The frosty
How about
stuff.
that?
There you go. The frosty stuff that leads to the flamey stuff. A lot of like polar opposites in spaceflight. It's crazy.
Looks like they're preparing the crew access arm seal to remove. I think that's what they're starting to do now. Because it's just like a jet bridge, right? At the airport, connected to your plane and whatnot. There's like this seal, bunch of things connected to the airplane and whatnot. So it's just like that. It's just like the ground crew at an airport removing all of that sort of hardware from your plane, but this time it's a spacecraft.
Lucas is wondering if they have started to pressurize the capsule already and start life support as soon as the hatch is closed, or does that happen later? I think, doesn't that have to do with when the power switches over?
Yeah, when they did the pressure checks, that pressure doesn't come from a vacuum, I guess, no pun intended there. It comes from the capsule itself. The capsule does.
Oh yeah, the life support stuff though.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that's all at the same time then.
Yeah.
All right, so we are at about Dragon Hatch closure there. Should be making that call out probably. And then we have quite a bit until they start with the propellant loading. And yeah, speaking of the weather, as we were talking about before, another question: has a crewed launch before had an extremely favorable weather and then got scrubbed because of weather? And that's yes. Yesterday that happened. We had 90% chance of go, and then ultimately had one bit of errant clouds going into that range where they weren't happy with it, so they decided to call it off yesterday.
But yeah, that's definitely not the first time it's happened either.
Yeah.
It's a thing of spaceflight, and again, it's a game of percentages and the fact that you are launching in Florida in the summer, which tends to have sporadic showers pop up.
And this is why they don't have those super short rendezvous times like they do for the Soyuz, because the Soyuz goes to the ISS essentially in 3 orbits, but that involves really careful planning and for the launch to be planned well ahead of time to a certain date and time. And if you delay from that, even to the next day, you no longer are able to do that. And so imagine with Florida weather, right? Soyuz is a different beast. That thing can launch in a blizzard, and so yeah, it's a whole
Literally,
different thing.
yeah.
And so yeah, it's so it's so delicate. Like, you really need to commit to a launch time and date. And if you move even one day, you revert. And don't get me wrong, it's happened with the Soyuz, more with Progress, the cargo version, right? Than the Soyuz. But there's been scrubs of Soyuz launches before where the Progress was supposed to do like a 3-orbit rendezvous, getting to the ISS very quickly after launch. And it scrubbed a few minutes before the liftoff, which is a rare thing for Soyuz, but it does happen sometimes. And when it happened, they had to revert to 2-day rendezvous. And so, yeah, that does happen. It's very, very hard to do those.
Although Dragon is much roomier than Soyuz, so you'd rather spend
Yeah.
the extra time
Oh,
in a
yeah.
Dragon than you would aboard a Soyuz.
And it's a lot more convenient not having to, commit yourself to something like that. And with the Florida weather, as we saw yesterday, even with a 90% favorable weather conditions, right? So yeah, sometimes because of that, then sometimes at one day you're gonna get a 38-hour rendezvous time like yesterday. Today it's 15-hour, because that's how orbital mechanics aligns the orbits and positions and whatnot. So
John
that's how it
Ulrich
works.
actually was just asking, can we dive further into that? Why is that 3-day rendezvous hard to pull off?
Not 3 days, 3 orbit.
3 orbit.
Which is different. Yeah. Actually not 3 orbit. 3-hour 2-orbit rendezvous, excuse me. Yeah, I was off there. But yeah, it is hard to pull off because you have to launch not just when the orbit of the ISS is above the launch site, but also when the ISS is above the launch site. And that does not happen all the time. And it's not even just due to orbital mechanics, but it's also due to timings. The ISS orbits the Earth roughly every 90 minutes or so, but the Earth is spinning down below. And so as you're spinning around, you've got the orbit of the ISS going above the launch site 2 times a day, one that goes to the north, one that goes to the south. They always try to do to the north. That's why today's launch is to the northeast, right? But then within that orbit, you have the ISS. One day it'll be maybe on the other side of the globe. The next day, as it crosses the launch site, it might be a little bit closer. Like today, for example, it'll probably be, I don't know, but it's probably not going to be on the other side of the globe since it's a 15-hour rendezvous, and it's a shorter one. And so there we can see, yeah, we are a bit over an hour and a half to the launch, so you can see the ISS is somewhere off the coast of South America there, of Peru, I think it is that. Yeah, Peru. And in about an orbit from now, that'll be an hour and a half. And then there's also another 20 minutes to add to that to get to an hour and a half. Plus 20 minutes, that's the current time, 1:49 more or less. And so you can imagine 20 minutes, then that probably will put the ISS around Eastern Europe. So I'm predicting that at the time of liftoff, the ISS will probably be around that. So the Dragon won't have to catch up as much as if it would yesterday. For example, probably yesterday it was going to be somewhere around Australia or something like that, which is a lot to catch up. But that's more or less the short story. The long story will be even longer, and with orbital mechanics stuff and things like that. I recommend people play Kerbal Space Program, which helps a lot down to timings and things like that of how the Earth rotates, time it takes for the ISS to go around the Earth.
And just as a reminder, this is going to be an instantaneous launch window at 11:43. So if anything does pop up in the weather or anything like that, that's pretty much going to call it. So we have to launch on time within maybe a couple of seconds, though, in order to achieve that and get to the ISS. Here's another interesting question. Alex, you are going to probably have a monologue about this. So first of all, do we know how long a free-flying Dragon spacecraft can support its crew? That's an easy question. But also, what are your opinions on a 7-crew Dragon?
We know from SpaceX that they can sort of stay in space with Dragon for about a week. And it's mostly down to the reserves, the consumables on Dragon, because it's free flying, right? So it's not attached to the ISS where they have literally tons of food and air and things like that, oxygen, nitrogen, and whatnot. And they also have limitations with CO2 scrubbing. They have these hydrogen, lithium. I don't remember the exact word, but it's this LiO canisters, as they call it. And so they have these canisters that they scrub the CO2 out of the air with, and it's got a limited time, right? It's one of those things that you run out of those, you no longer are able to scrub your CO2, right? And so, for example, I'm looking here because they have only done 3 free-flying flights. Polaris Dawn, Inspiration 4, and Fram 2. So the longest free-flying Crew Dragon flight, I guess, was with Polaris Dawn, 4 days, 22 hours, 13 minutes, and 5 seconds. Yeah, to the second. But yeah, so almost 5 days. In theory, it could be able to stay up there for about a week. As for 7 crew people on Dragon, not impossible, but it will take a bit of a redesign of some of the seats. But yeah.
I mean, wasn't the original plan, Alex, anyway, for them to have 7? Whatever happened to that? Because I know there was, it can fit 7 people. Same with Starliner, it can fit 7 people, and now it seems that it's just, 4 is good enough.
Yeah, the whole thing with that is that we saw earlier how they rotated the seats from sort of a more upright position to this position that we see right now. And that rotation means that, for example, when it's more upright, if you have seats underneath, you'd be hitting the people down below you. And so the seats rotating and whatnot, they also rotate for entry, for example. They also go a little bit more upright for the splashdown because the capsule, when it's under parachutes, it sort of tilts, right? And so the forces go in a different position. And so they also, to compensate that, they rotate the seats for splashdown. And so because of that, that also means that you will have trouble with putting another row of seats underneath. And you can also see that they used that part underneath to carry extra cargo, which for a free-flying flight, that's actually very useful because you can carry like a cooler, a freezer, or something like that, right? And you can have food, extra stuff there to be able to sustain the crew for longer. On Polaris Dawn, for example, they had extra tanks for the life support system and all that. But one thing I should note is that we are trying to wait for the weather brief that we were talking about before, so we'll see what they say.
Yeah, it sounds like it's going to be a watch and wait situation at this point with the weather.
Looks like the lime green dots there are dissipating slightly, but again, the issues could be downrange, and we're still just under 2 hours out now, so anything could happen.
Yeah, you could see everything happening right there. Currently,
SpaceX,
more on the
team has
inland
departed
side.
the crew arm.
Dragon copies.
Alrighty, so team has departed the crew arm. Those ninjas are going to start heading out and coming up then in, let's see. Well, the crew access arm is going to retract. We've got a little bit of time here, so we've got about an hour before that happens. And then, yeah, all that loading will begin. So a lot of internal checking of things right now.
Pretty much, yeah. This is the part of that added time built in to pad things, time to do final checks. Of course, obviously, there's still work being done, but it's less of the hurry up and meet the timeline, and now kind of an hour for everyone to close out final items, get everything set, and then get into the really nitty gritty part of the count. As pointed out, when the crew access arm retracts, the launch escape system is armed, and they hopefully get ready for fueling.
Assuming weather is still good. So as of right now, we're still at 60% go with weather. But again, as they were saying, going to be a watch and wait situation.
Yeah, there's definitely some of the clouds that are kind of starting to move in here. From what we're hearing from the launch weather officer, the higher clouds are sort of drier in nature, which are the ones coming in, which is okay. There are some low, thin, puffy cumulus clouds, though, that they're keeping an eye on, and the atmosphere is quite moist right now. So it's something that they're definitely going to keep an eye on. But it sounds like the Ascent abort corridor weather is expected to clear within the next hour or so. As of right now, that is still a watch item and has been a watch item, but that is a good sign that the Ascent abort weather is clear. So now we just need the launch site weather to clear up and have both of those be good an hour and 41 from now.
Yeah, one of the things mentioned of that weather in the Ascent corridor is that it is raining right now out there, but that means the clouds discharge their rain and whatnot, and so that means by the time the launch happens, then the weather is improved, and so that's what they're looking at, that it is expected to improve in the next hour because that weather right now it's rainy, and they're going to be discharging all that, and so by the time the launch happens, that is hopefully not going to be a problem anymore. So that's why they're not super concerned about the downrange weather, even though coming to today, that was one of the concerns. But, it's clearing itself. It's like self-cleaning weather, if you will.
Self-cleaning weather.
Hey, if we have self-driving cars, right? We
Why
can
not?
also have self-cleaning weather.
Why not? Here's another question about kind of the mission here. James Atkinson wants to know, with the crew going up a day later, does it alter when the current crew will depart from the ISS to come home? And no, I believe since they're still going to be arriving, we were talking about this earlier, on the same day, which is tomorrow. I think that's tomorrow at 3 a.m., I think I said. They are still going to have that 3-day handover. So I believe the Crew 10 crew is still planning to depart on the 6th, I believe.
Yeah, currently still scheduled for the 6th, weather pending, of course, in the Pacific for splashdown.
Right.
Yep. Splashdown will be later that day. I think I've seen already no temps for that, which indicate sort of like a landing around midnight UTC. So that will be remove 7 hours and you get the Pacific time, right? So that will be what, 5 p.m., around 5 p.m. Pacific time. So, yeah. So it's probably going to be an early day docking. Like it's probably going to be in the morning or something like that. They're going to be spending a few hours and then returning in the late afternoon, early evening.
So here's actually another interesting question. Our, cameras may be starting to get a little grayer, depending on how this weather is looking. And speaking of other places that are gray and foggy, Vandenberg, dun dun dun. Will there ever be crewed launches from Vandenberg, even with Starship? I mean, it was supposed to be a launch pad for shuttle way back in the day, right? And that just didn't really happen.
Yeah,
But
Slick
yeah,
6
moving.
was supposed to be home to Space Shuttle Discovery, actually.
Yeah.
It's going to be the West Coast polar orbiter there. The problem is they had to make modifications to the solid rocket boosters to be able to launch it from there. It was a little bit more tricky and dangerous, and then following the Space Shuttle Challenger, that idea was scrapped. Slick 6 has still been used, And then, of course, SpaceX does have their Falcon pad out there. They will be building a Starship pad out there, too. So I wouldn't say it's out of the realm of possibility, but the likelihood, I think, is still very low, especially given the fact that there is, I know some people hate this term, but I love it, the Southern Polar Launch Corridor here out of the Cape. So you can launch people in a polar trajectory from here, and it has been done once in history, and it was done from the Cape, and that was Fram 2. So I wouldn't be surprised if they were to launch polar, they just do it from here and keep the West Coast as more of a polar cargo area.
It is really funny that you have to admit all the foggy shots from Vandenberg. It's just like so expected at this point. Like Vandenfog, that's it. So speaking of other launches, we've had actually a few questions now about this. So Artemis 2, obviously, you know, they've been discussing how they're aiming for February now, but they're saying, you know, probably April. So, you know, questions about like, could this be the last crewed launch from KSC before Artemis 2? Or how many other crew launches will there be between Crew-11 and Artemis 2? Do they have kind of a tentative, like, we could sort of do the fuzzy math here, I guess, if they're supposed to be up there for 6 to 8 months, right? And it's currently August. Let's say they go up today. That would put them at, oh gosh, where are we at? August, September.
Between February and April.
Yeah, between February and April. Thank you. So theoretically, if that's when Artemis 2 is hoping to launch, what are we thinking? What do you think is going to go first, Artemis 2 or Crew-12? Let's say,
or I want it to be Artemis 2.
I don't know. Maybe there's something else that goes up, but
yeah, I want it to be Artemis 2. I know they're trying to get it, like they are still processing Orion, right? Doing some of the final checkouts and closeouts of the SLS rocket inside VAB. They want to have Orion stacked in the fall timeframe and hopefully a rollout by the end of the year. And then it'll just be a lot of testing at the pad, hooking up, for example, the pad escape system and whatnot to the mobile launcher. And they're trying maybe around the February timeframe with a no later than date of April. So like April is like, this is the latest that we would want to launch Artemis 2, right? Like anything beyond that will probably not be ideal for them. And so I really want it to be Artemis 2 first, just because it's special mission. Sending humans to the moon.
So April is no later than why? Why do they have a no later than? Is that just about like politics and they just want to get it up and because it's been a while? Or does it have something to do with the location of them? Like, could they, with Artemis 2, can they launch effectively whenever? Or is there a very specific window based on where the moon is in relation to the Earth or something?
Yeah, they have windows to go to the moon and whatnot, but those are every 3 weeks or so. So they probably have a window or two in February, another window or two in March and April. We saw this with Artemis 1, where we had one window sort of beginning at the end of August 2022. Then there was one sort of mid to late September, and there we can see the Tesla vehicles going back and out of 39A. But yeah, it's gonna be the same for Artemis 2, where every 3 weeks or so there's gonna be a launch window to go to the moon that it's probably like a week or so long, where the conditions are right, and they have multiple opportunities during that same week as well to be able to go to the moon and whatnot. But the not later than, I think, is just down to them not wanting to drag Artemis 2 any longer, because it's already being delayed by a few years already.
Yeah.
And you don't want to keep that, right? You want to challenge those ground crews. Of course, you also don't want to pressure them to a launch schedule, because we've already had in the past, unfortunately, crew missions where they did not go as well because of schedule pressure. But you still try to, within safety, challenge your crews to try to go, and it's a challenge, just like with Apollo, with the whole thing of like, oh, before the decade is out, we're gonna land on the moon and whatnot. So yeah, it's one of those things that they're trying to get it done even before April. So that's why I want Artemis 2 to be first, so that it's successful and all that.
It just is interesting to me that I saw that Victor Glover was giving an interview, and he said, oh, actually, this is going to be in Twist. Haha, that's why I know this. He said, April, it's no later than April. And I was like, wait, no later than? It's usually the opposite. It's usually no earlier than. And it's like, wow, they're really sticking a deadline on themselves for this, which is exciting. But at the same time, like, we know there have been so many delays in that program now, and like, it does make me a little nervous to have a deadline like that. Like, they should go when they're ready, and I'm sure they will. I'm sure everyone's doing their jobs and, testing everything to the T. But still, like, it's very, for a mission of that scale and with so many eyes on it, it's bizarre to me that they're giving themselves an actual deadline for that.
Yeah, and there are, obviously, somebody mentioned the SRB stack limit. Limits like that are very... there's a lot of wiggle room. Just like, for example, on today's schedule, we mentioned a lot that there's margin built into the schedule so that everything gets done well ahead of time, right? It's the same with a lot of those things. There's like margins built in. Just to put an example, Artemis 1 SRBs, those SRBs remained stacked for nearly 2 years. And it was okay, right? They did not see anything weird. The data pointed out that, it was good to go for the launch and things like that. So it is true that there are some things that have a lifetime, right? That they cannot be sitting around for too long, but also they have plenty of margins.
And yeah, actually, somebody had a question about that exactly. Aren't there some things that only last a certain amount of time after SLS is stacked, like the SRBs? I seem to remember something about the FTS batteries.
Yeah, that is...
Yeah, I guess there's stuff like
is that D?
As Ian Hamilton.
No, on screen.
Oh, on screen.
Oh, but... yeah, there's the SRBs, as I said, there's margin, of course. With the FTS, so they have two things. They have to install the flight termination system, but they also need to test it. They need to activate the batteries. The batteries have a shelf life. They also have, like, the test is only good for a certain amount of time, right? Because beyond a certain amount of time, that's part of the range rules in this case. After a certain amount of time, that sort of rule runs out, I guess. But they have waivers that they can apply for, and they did that for Artemis 1 as well. When they attempted that first set of launch attempts, like late August, early September, then they kept the rocket out at the pad, and then they tried again later in September. And in order to attempt later in September, they asked for a waiver for that to keep the FTS there without retesting it again. Now for Artemis 2, they have an access platform that they have built on the mobile launcher, so they will not need to roll back the rocket, for example. So they can test it again if they need at the pad. So that's one of the many things that they have done to improve their chances at launching on time this time around, which is neat, to be fair.
Speaking of crewed flights, there's another question, Martin. Is there any information on Starliner's first operational flight or a second flight test? And also, though it's uncrewed, when could Dream Chaser fly? Is there any word on that? I know they were mentioning Dream Chaser at the press conferences for this as well. Any updates on either of those?
Yeah, that was one of the things that I... Sawyer, do you want
to... Sure. Yeah, since I was at the press conference, I can
exactly.
talk about that. And this is something, Alex, we were talking about in the back channel during the press conference. When we were talking about updates on all of the vehicles flying this year, the one that they seemed to leave out was Dream Chaser. So as of right now, there's not really any word on when uncrewed Dream Chaser will actually go. Hopefully sooner than later, but it sounds like given that they hadn't mentioned it on the schedule for this year, that might be an early next year deal. As for Starliner, when asked about in the press conference, they said that they are just continuing to work on it. They haven't given an update on launch dates or anything like that yet, but they did say in regards to the next crew flight, it sounds like Crew-12, they are planning for that one to be the SpaceX mission as the next one to follow this. So that's basically the updates that we have on both of those, in that we know what's happening because we know what's not happening.
Yeah. Dream Chaser is a bit weird because it was transported to the Cape last year. I remember because we covered that on Twiz. You remember that, Alicia?
Of course I do.
Yeah, our team was out there in, I think they build these things in Colorado, I think it is. Yeah, because that was back when Trevor was with us. And I remember they visited the site. Then they did vacuum testing and things like that at Glen, I think it was. And then they moved it to the Cape, and it was supposed to go through all of the pre-launch checks and testing and whatnot. And it's still in that situation right now. We have not heard any updates, and so no news is not good news in this case.
No news is not good news.
We're still some time away. Like this portion is a bit of a lull in the countdown, which is nice.
Actually, now might be a good time to maybe talk about the crew patch. We saw a sticker of that, obviously, earlier on the seats that they were sitting in when they were getting their suits on, and of course, there's their patches on their suits and whatnot as well. But let's go over the patch design for Crew-11. So you can see it there on screen. So like all space missions, this patch embodies teamwork, exploration, and the deep connections that bind us across nations, agencies, and families. So, of course, this is a multinational crew. So we have the NASA astronauts, and we also have a cosmonaut from Russia, as well as a JAXA astronaut. So we've got shades of red, white, and blue, paying tribute to the flags of those three nations represented by the crew, and 3 gold stars that symbolize the unity of the 3 space agencies working together. At the heart of it, you see 2 radiant sunbeams that form the number 11, illuminating a blue circle, which is a subtle nod to, of course, Voyager's pale blue dot image, which reminds us of the fragility of our Earth and, of course, the unity of our shared home. And then that vision of Earth is reflected in the dragon's eye, reinforcing the focus on exploration and the perspective gained from space. So the dragon, obviously the dragon capsule, the crew dragon, all the dragon stuff, but specifically the dragon look there, that image, is evoking the heraldry of family crests, and it stands as a guardian of the mission and the legacy. So within the stars, they say they honor the children of the crew, a reminder of the generations inspired by human spaceflight. And encircling it all, a red flame represents both the power of launch and the plasma of reentry, symbolizing the full journey, their departure from Earth, their work aboard the International Space Station, and their safe return home. So that's the Crew-11 patch. And they always do such a wonderful job designing these. There's so much symbolism that goes into literally everything in it. And of course, it's always neat to see the astronauts' names kind of written in their home language, too. You can see Oleg Platonov's name up there, written in Cyrillic as well. So there it is, Crew-11 patch. Very, very cool. I always love looking at just all the symbolism and everything on that. And of course, you know, NASASpaceflight, we also produce our own patches for a lot of things that happen, things like Starship launches and whatnot. So a lot of thought and work goes into creating those as well. So I'm sure the designers also get a kick out of learning about those. If you would like to pick up your own patch, by the way, you can check out shop.nasaspaceflight.com. We offer oh my gosh, the transition, I love it. Look at that. We offer so many different shirts and patches and hoodies and other products that are, really timely too. We have our whole summer edition. We've got this New Era and Spaceflight line. We've got our new summer products as well, some lightweight stuff for when it's really hot outside. Hawaiian shirts. Who doesn't love a Hawaiian shirt? So many different colors. They're featuring drone ships. They're featuring, crew capsules, dolphins. Remember that landing where the dolphins met them there? We've got luggage tags. We've got beach towels. We've got cups and aprons, mouse pads. You name it, we've got it. So check it out. It looks like our secret shop is still open. Okay. Well, maybe you can catch a limited edition something there too. I'm not going to mention what that is. But anyway, check out all of the different stuff that we've got there. Shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Phone cases. So when you get your new phone to take into space with a fresh battery, you can put the Dragon of Daytime caps cover on it with the parachutes coming down. Perfect for all different types of phones. But yeah, so that's a great way to support us, in addition to watching the streams and liking and subscribing and all of the things as well, hitting all of the bells and, moving all the levers, as we say. But yeah, lots of really fun stuff. And of course, we're always looking for new ideas too. So if you ever have an idea for something that you think would be an amazing product, I mean, we've had the Starship plushies and all kinds of fun little one-off things like that, special scrub merch and whatnot. If you have an idea for something, though, drop us a line. Let us know. I will maintain every single mission that I think we should have Pad Ninja onesies and pajamas. I think that would be really fun. But that's just me. Let us know in the chat if you have any clever ideas. NSF tchotchkes. Yes. A tea towel. Lovely.
Yeah, there's been discussion about trying to get a T-Teb tea towel.
A T-Teb tea towel. I love that. That's great. What would that look like? It'd be green?
I would imagine a green. Like the T-Teb itself. For those who don't know, that's triethyl aluminum, triethyl boron. That's what they use to ignite the Merlin engines.
Yeah. What would a tea towel of that look like, though, other than just the color? The shape of a T, says that player 9. Yes. Oh, yes. Okay. And of course, yes, people are saying an earring range. My personal earring range. Let's do that. Honestly, guys, I'm just saying it's a great gift. If you wear earrings, or if you know someone that wears earrings, space fans wear earrings. I'm just saying. I have a whole slew of them that are themed to different topics around twists. Coasters for drinks. That would be fun too, like the drone ships as coasters or something. Interlockable space cubes that you can mass carry in space or mass assemble. Wait, that might not be a product. Scrubs for the medical community. Oh my god, I love that. Umbrellas. Oh, so yesterday, when the crew had to get off the capsule and go home, they were given, or not home, but go back to, the checkout facility. They were given like ponchos, like raincoats. And I don't remember having seen really that before, but yeah, maybe raincoats. Although those were just solid black, but we could come up with something clever. There's a neat line.
Here,
yeah.
I was going to say, we're seeing here the capsule. And I think in the background, they want us to talk about the capsules. Because this one is flying for a 6th time. It's the first time.
Sure. Yeah, so we touched on that at
Dragon
the start.
Capsule.
We touched on that at the start, but yeah, absolutely. Let's go over these capsules. So again, this one is Endeavour. This is the 6th flight. So now the most flown human-rated Crew Dragon to date. Those previous missions were Demo 2, Crew 2, Axiom 1, Crew 6, and Crew 8. Again, this was the one that Bob and Doug were on. They named it Endeavour kind of as a tribute to the Endeavour, the space shuttle, also Captain Cook's HMS Endeavour. Really kind of like the patch too, symbolizing really this exploration, the teamwork, the perseverance of all of that. It's getting a few upgrades now, but yeah, Alex, you want to go over the other ones as well?
Yeah, there you can see also Capsule Resilience has flown 4 flights, including Polaris Dawn, Inspiration 4, and Fram 2 most recently. It also flew Crew-1 as well, the first crew rotation mission to the International Space Station by SpaceX. Then we had Endurance, also flying 4 flights as well. Time in Space, add one more day, because that one is currently docked to the ISS, and this was done for yesterday. So because of the 1 day delay, it should be 672 days in space now. And then Freedom as well, 4 flights, and the newest capsule in the fleet, Grace, with just 1 flight. It flew on the Axiom 4 mission just last month, and it came back a few weeks ago. But yeah, that is pretty much the fleet now. Some people might be asking 2 things. I'm getting ahead of the curve here because we got those questions yesterday. The first one is why C2 and some number, right? That is capsule. That's very easy. The C for capsule. The 2 because it's Dragon 2. Dragon 1s were C1 and then some number instead, right? And then the number after the 1 or the 2 determines essentially the sequencing in the production line. So you've got C204, C205, 6, and whatnot. And then the second question might be where are CO28, CO211, C209? Well, those are the cargo Dragon 2 capsules. And so those are the others like the like the movie, I guess. The other capsules are Dragon 2s. For example, C201 was the capsule used for the pad abort test back in 2015. C204 was used on Demo 1, for example. And C205 was the one that was used on the in-flight abort test. So, different capsules there. C202 and C203 were ground test articles to test the procedures for building them and whatnot and outfitting them. But yeah, that's the whole reason. And of course, the names of the capsules, Endeavour, Resilience, Endurance, and whatnot, that's by the crew. The first crew that rides on these Crew Dragons gets to name the capsules. And most recently, we had Grace by Axiom 4.
So yeah, lots of history there with all of those. There's actually an interesting question here. Other than from Crew, what are the differences between Dragon 1 and Dragon 2?
So you want to hit that?
Yeah, so one of the big things with Dragon 1 is the fact that it did dock to the International Space Station. You had the berthing mechanism. So basically, the ISS robotic arm would come out, it would grapple it, it would grab it out of thin space, and I don't want to say thin air, and then attach it to one of the ports on the International Space Station. So that's one of the big ones. It also has more room. It also doesn't have the big folding out solar arrays. You may remember from the Crew 1s, they had these giant squares on the side. These have these nice, you see the black portion underneath the capsule that has the solar arrays kind of built into the trunk there. You got the extra trunk space, and of course now with the Crew 1, you have the whole life support, the ECLIS system as it's called, environmental control and life support.
So another lovely view there from looking out there at the pad. Our next milestone here is Going to be coming up the crew access arm retraction, but that's still in about 20 minutes or so. So this is really, some time where we've got some time to talk about stuff. Something else that I can cover actually is some of the science that is going to be done. A lot of experiments and a lot of important work. Oftentimes when people see space missions, they see people floating around and they're like, oh, they're floating around. They're maybe taking pictures of stuff or working on vehicles and stuff. But there's a lot of behind the scenes work that goes on to better human life on Earth as well. It's not just building modules for space stations and going to Mars and stuff. We're also doing a lot of work in order to better us and health things down here on Earth too, as well as looking at health things for long-term durations as well for future missions. So some of the experiments, in a roundabout way when I get to that, for Crew-11, some of the experiments that they're going to be doing is they're going to be addressing a lot of the health challenges for deep space missions during the Artemis campaign, speaking of Artemis, and beyond. So the crew will be conducting, first of all, simulated moon mission landings before, during, and after this flight. They have a handheld controller, and they'll be looking at multiple screens to fly through this simulated lunar South Pole region that the Artemis crews plan to visit. So it'll be looking at how different gravitational forces might disorient the astronauts and their ability to be able to pilot a spacecraft. In training, they do a lot of stuff.
A weather status update.
Oh, let's get that.
Dragon's ready to copy.
All right, it's same as before, no significant change. We are continuing to monitor, but we're staying at that 40% probability of violation right now. Everything's looking clear at the pad for now and also in the staging area. We'll let you know if that changes. I also have one request. It looks like MS2 has his feet out of the dovetail sliders on the footrest. We're coming up on an hour, so would like to get those back in.
He got
Dragon copies. Good news on the weather. We're still about the same as previously, 40% chance of violation. And copy all. We are all tracking for MS2, and as briefed, you will be getting them back in the sliders prior to T-1 hour and prior to starting Section 5.
Okay, core copies.
It's like when the flight attendant sort of calls you out that your seat is not upright before the landing.
That is hilarious. Oh my gosh. All right, so yeah, they're pulling the weather is about the same. So I guess no news is bad news. Good news. It's the same news. Nothing has changed. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. But anyway, so yeah, they're going to be doing simulated moon landings. Again, in training, they kind of do stuff like this where they sort of try to disorient them and make sure they can still land, things well. But this is really going to be for simulating the moon. So the gravitational forces are totally different for that as well. So they'll also be doing some metal 3D printing that'll be running on board the ISS while they're there. And then, of course, one of the big things that astronauts talk about is this idea of fluid shift. So in the microgravity environment, it almost is like if you're sick, if you get stuffed up and whatnot, all of the fluid in your body kind of moves around and kind of goes up to your head. So they're looking at things like eye and brain changes that can happen during these long duration traveling through space due to the fluid shift that can happen. So one study looks at fluid pressure on the brain, and another one looks at how the body processes vitamin B in particular to prevent or even mitigate swelling at the back of the eye, and whether some supplements of vitamin B can also affect some of the fluid shifts. Then they'll also be doing a stem cell investigation that looks at using microgravity to generate larger numbers of young stem cells. So they have effectively reprogrammed skin and blood cells to transform into any type of cell in the body. And they're testing whether they can, first of all, produce 1,000 times more of them in quantity, and also if they're higher quality for the clinical use than those ones made here on Earth, which obviously would also have a very long-ranging impact for us on Earth too. Then there's also something called the Genes in Space 12 experiment. that looks at the effect of microgravity on interactions between bacteria and bacteriophages, which are the viruses that infect and kill bacteria. So you think, the things that they make antibiotics out of, essentially. And previous studies have shown that bacteria actually increase their growth rates in space and that antibiotics are less effective. So if they're able to essentially create those antibiotics in space, that could also have a really profound effect on the treatments that we have here on Earth, too. Similarly, looking at creating things in space, the Bionutrients 3 experiment builds on the previous work that they've done to produce on-demand nutrients, so the good stuff, not the bacteria, in space, using genetically engineered organisms in things like yogurt and yeast. We forget those things are actually alive and cultured.
SpaceX Dragon, foot restraint checks complete.
He's got his feedback. Excellent.
SpaceX got
Those are things that can remain viable for years. You think about something like a sourdough starter, but in space. So they'll have these yogurt cultures that can last for a really long time. So this one is looking at pasteurization to kill microorganisms. They've also got a sensor called eNose that simulates an ultra-sensitive nose that can detect pathogens, and also a food-grade pH indicator to track bacterial growth. And then finally, JAXA has a plant cell division investigation. They're looking at how microgravity can affect cell division in green algae and also in cultured tobacco cells, which the tobacco cells apparently divide a lot more frequently. So it's a really good thing to look at on a shorter time frame. And they'll be able to see the effects of being in space on plant cell division more easily. And obviously that'll lead to better methods for growing plants in space or also on the moon or Mars. And they're even planning to perform a time lapse of it on board the space station. So if you are a nerd about botany, that is definitely for you. You can check that out. Then there is one other project that I am so excited about that I have kind of a personal connection to now, which I just found out yesterday is on board, which I have to give a shout out to. And it's something called Sailing to the Stars. So this was put together by a team of amazing students at Cornell University. They're testing different deployer designs for light sails. So if you ever saw For All Mankind, I don't know, this is kind of a spoiler, but not really. If you ever saw that, they unleash this giant solar sail where they use the photons from the sun to help to propel them. So this is a real concept, and they're exploring this. And you might have actually caught Dawson and myself interviewing these kids at Kids Week at the Intrepid back in February. But essentially, they've created these light sails. They're these poster-sized sheets of retroreflective film. They've got these little ChipSat satellites that can transmit data to Earth. And it's in a shape memory alloy frame. So you can fold it up like origami. You can pop it into this little deployer box. It's essentially a CubeSat. And then it can eject the sail. So you imagine like a Jack in the Box, but it opens up and then this light sail pops out and unfolds into a flat sheet. And then they can use like a laser or just like a single beam in order to be able to move it. So for this project, they are sending up, it's the first step of it, really. There's this other project called Alpha CubeSat that will be going up, launching potentially on NG-22 or maybe 23. I don't know, because 22 is kind of up in the air right now. That one will actually be the CubeSat that goes into space and deploys the light sail. But for this one, they're sending up a bunch of light sails, and they're trying to figure out the best way to deploy it for this later project. So they'll be on the ISS. And the astronaut will be opening this, and deploying these light sails up there. But I just want to give a shout out. Joshua, Verena, Shashank, Nora, Lisa, Claire, Deanna, Grace, Cameron, Gabriella, Parashi, Ethan, Ryan, Adam, and the whole team of Sailing to the Stars at Cornell University. We're so proud of you. You're doing amazing work. It was such an honor to get to interview you guys at Kids Week and, follow all of the amazing work that you're doing. So keep at it. We're so excited to see all of the successes of the Sailing to the Stars project. So yeah, a lot of science, a lot of really cool stuff looking at long-term space travel, and the effects on the human body, and then also things that affect us down here on Earth as well. We are rounding the corner now to just about an hour to launch. So let's see. What else do we have going on here? Real quick store message from Paul. Thank you. And this will be patch 6, 7, 8, and 9 I have. Is 5 still available? Do we have any old 5 patches? I don't know. But as we were mentioning before with the patches, yeah, you can check out our store and get your own patches for a whole bunch of different things.
We had a few that kind of came back in for a very short while, but most of those are gone. So, and again, once they're gone, they are completely gone. We're not printing anymore. We just happened to find a few in the warehouse, which, as a reminder, our members actually got a little advance notice in the Discord of, hey, we found these. So they got first dibs on second shots. Just a subtle little plug in there. But that is, once they're gone, they're gone.
Always a good reminder, if you see something that excites you, just go ahead and buy it, because you never know. We might sell out. We might not have them back again. But also for those limited edition type things, when it's a very specific flight or a, test or whatever it is, you never know.
You can see some vent in there from the Stromback that is completely normal. And it's not the T-minus 20-minute vent, though. We're still some few minutes away. We're still a bit under 42 minutes from that.
Yeah, that venting started about 10 minutes ago at this point. Totally normal. We see that ahead of time for the transporter erector. So all good. And again, the main key events are really going to be coming up in the next 15 to 20 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, and in the time since the crew departed, the ground crews departed the access arm and 39 gang and whatnot, they've been obviously looking through all of the data on the pad, on the vehicles. They've been doing all the things. There's like this thing that they do roughly T-minus 90 minutes, where they do what it's called engine priming. They fill a little bit with the kerosene from the ground tanks. Essentially, they flow that through the engine, making sure that there are no empty spaces in the plumbing, that the pumps are filled with the kerosene. Very similar to what we usually call about the engine chill and whatnot. But in that case, it's conditioning. In this one, for the kerosene, it's more about, leaving empty spaces out. Like, you don't want any empty spaces in your engine.
Cycling orbit tank isolation valves to equalize low flow pressure.
Here we go.
Dragon copies.
And that, Alex, that's a normal call out that we're used to hearing. We heard that yesterday too.
Yep, that is completely normal. And yeah, other than that, we're just waiting for those polls. Right now, one of the things that should be ongoing is they have their own internal polls between, for example, Mission Control Houston needs to poll go that the ISS is ready to receive Dragon. Also needs, they also have another one at Mission Control Center in Hawthorne, California, and then a final one.
When ready, report go for launch.
With the crew as well.
Dragon copies, go for Section 5 and Wilco.
And yeah, there's then another final one ahead of propellant load to sort of poll launch operators at the Launch Control Center at the Kennedy Space Center. So those are sort of the next few things that we are waiting for right now.
All right, and we want to welcome our viewers from the Popular Science channel who are also joining us now. For those of you on that, or if you're still watching our YouTube channel, just to recap, we are currently watching the Crew-11 launch from the Kennedy Space Center. Today, we're hoping to send 4 astronauts up there. This is the second launch attempt. Yesterday didn't go so well. We had a minute to launch. We had a weather violation, so we're keeping an eye on the weather today. It actually doesn't look great. We've got about a 60% chance to go today, and they've been monitoring that all throughout this launch window now, or as we're prepping for the launch, the instantaneous launch window. We're hoping to go up at
SpaceX
11:43.
Dragon, go for launch.
SpaceX copies. Dragon crew is go for launch.
But as you just heard, so far everything else on the ground is going well. But they have been monitoring that, the weather. So it's not even so much a matter of what the launch pad is looking like at the time of launch, so much as what's downrange and kind of what is along their trajectory there as well. We want to make sure everything is safe for those astronauts. But yeah, if all things go according to plan, we will be launching 4 astronauts to the International Space Station. We've got Commander Zena Cardman. This is her first flight up into space. We've also got pilot Mike Fincke. This is his 4th trip into space. Then we've got mission specialist Kimiya, the 2nd trip for him. He's from JAXA, the Japanese aerospace aviation there. And then also Oleg Platanov, who is also a mission specialist. This is his first space flight. He is a Roscosmos cosmonaut from Russia. So far, we have seen them get all suited up and come out of the operations and checkout building. We saw them drive in their Teslas to the pad, saw them load up into their capsule. They have their suit checkouts and, of course, the capsule checkout. They are in Capsule Endeavour, Crew Dragon Endeavour, which we were just commenting on, is now going to be holding the record for the most flown human-rated Crew Dragon to date on its 6th flight. So we're just kind of hanging out now. We are waiting to get all of the other things checked out before we can start loading in our propellants. That'll be coming up very shortly. But first, they've got to do their crew access arm retraction. Oh, here's a shot from earlier today, I believe, when the crew was coming out from the operations and checkout building. Those are those classic doors on the bottom right. This is their walkout. Oh, all right. We had to speed through that. Yeah. Maybe play that back in slow motion for yourself. But they are saying goodbye to their families there. Then before they climb into their Teslas and drove on over there. So thanks to Dee for a lot of the footage from down there. Of course, we've got our NSFers kind of scattered throughout the Cape today, and of course around the world. I'm Alicia Siegel. I'm a host and commentator here on NSF. I'm also joined right now by Alex. We've also got Sawyer out in the field as well. And Max, Julia, and Dee out. They're getting some footage for us as well right now, too. So stick around with us. Again, the goal is 11:43 will be liftoff if all things go according to plan. And again, they are still keeping an eye on that weather for today. But hopefully, second time's the charm.
Yep. Should be going into that final decision for propellant load in about 10 minutes from now. As we were mentioning, one of the things that they do around this time in the countdown, they go through different poles, right? Different locations assisting in this mission. Mission Control Houston from NASA, polls for ISS readiness, because we've seen recently with Axiom 4 that if the ISS is not ready, it ain't ready, and the mission doesn't launch, right? And so that is also very important that they go through all of that. They also poll for Hawthorne as well at Mission Control. Then they have the Launch Control Center. Sorry, the Launch and Landing Control Center. It's technically that name. The Kennedy Space Center at Hangar X. They do that poll. So probably one of the next few callouts that we might hear might be the launch director alerting operators that the poll is open for them to say whether they are go or not go for propellant load. Once all of the operators are being polled and they get to a conclusion, then the launch director will say, well, it's go or not go, depending on the outcome of that poll. So we'll stand by for that. But in the meantime, we can talk a little bit more about questions and things, right, Alicia?
Yeah. So let's see what else we got here. So Well, we had a question from earlier here. Are there any major differences between the spacesuits that Crew-11 are wearing versus the EVA suits used on Polaris Dawn? So we were mentioning earlier that Mike Fincke, the pilot of this, is wearing a slightly modified IVA suit. So that is an intervehicular suit. So that is basically what they wear inside of the capsule. It's a pressurized suit, but their capsule is not exposed, hopefully, not exposed to the vacuum of space. Polaris Dawn was really unique in that the whole capsule resilience was vented to space. So essentially, even though you saw Sarah Gillis and Jared Isaacman kind of pop half of their body up out into space, they, did those EVA operations where they were testing out those new EVA suits. Essentially, all 4 of them in that capsule still were doing, and they were credited for the EVA because their whole capsule got vented to the vacuum of space. So those suits are very different in that those are essentially EVA suits, like you would have like with the ISS, where they're outside of the ISS and it is life support. That is their own little mini spaceship that they are wearing. That is the thing keeping them alive. Not that the suits that they have now don't also keep them alive, but still in that capsule, like there's a lot more going on there. So to answer your question, yes, major differences between the spacesuits that Crew-11 are wearing versus the EVA suits. They are entirely different types of suits. In the same way that, a suit that someone might wear for a spacewalk on the moon is going to be entirely different and very purpose-built for that. Walking around on regolith is different than floating around in space. So they're very different purposes, and yes, the suits are very different as well. Thank you for that question. We also have another question here. How did the one-day launch delay affect the time that it takes to reach the ISS? Is it still 39 hours? And we were talking about that before. So as of right now, even though we were delayed by a little less than 24 hours here, they are still aiming to dock actually at the same time, August 2nd at 3 a.m. That overlap then on the ISS with Crew 10 is expected to last around 3 days. So that'll give them some time to orient themselves, familiarize themselves with the work that's going on there, and make that transition. And then Crew 10 will be undocking from the ISS, aiming for August 6th at approximately 1800 UTC. So they will be coming back to Earth, splashing down on the West Coast. And then the transition, the handover will have commenced. They'll be up there. Crew-11 will be up there throughout the next 6 to 8 months or so, and their timing up there is going to coincide with the 25-year anniversary of the ISS. We've had 25 years of continuous human presence in space since November of 2020, and they've conducted over the years thousands of experiments. There have been 290 visitors from 26 countries. And it really has become just the model of living in outer space that everyone is now striving towards to create their own commercial space stations and whatnot up there as well. So happy birthday to the ISS for sure.
Yep. There's the ISS. Or Western Australia.
What are we looking at, Alex?
Yeah, that's the ISS tracker that we have at NSF. Not public. This is right now only for us to use, although I've already seen people asking us to release this publicly. It's been done recently. I'm maybe saying too much by saying this, but I think about a week ago it was not a thing. So it's very recent. And you know how things work with software. You kind of need a bit of more confidence in it before putting it out there. Which is why, for example, with NASASpaceflight, we have our beta program for apps and upgrades and whatnot to different things.
But Alex,
but then
yesterday
you can
we showed Ryan Caton this yesterday, and he was not very impressed. I was a little surprised.
He's never
We didn't know what it was. We didn't know what it was. It was like it popped up, and we're like, "What are we looking at? There's a red dot. What is this?" We didn't know what it was. No one told us.
Right, Ryan Caton, are you impressed yet?
He's Mr. Map, so he's not impressed.
Actually, speaking of Ryan Caton, I do want to highlight something else real quickly. And that is a very important thing about this mission. So LZ-1 is getting decommissioned, essentially. This is landing zone 1. This is going to be a return to launch site landing here for the booster, 1098 or 1094. So this will be the last return. What? This will be the last.
It's the transitions.
This will be the last landing on landing zone 1 ever, essentially. So landing zone 2 will still be used for a little bit longer, but the idea is that now they'd like to return those booster landings back to the launch complex from once the launch originated, essentially. So they're going to be decommissioning 1, also decommissioning 2 once that lease expires, and then repurposing those 2 pads into another, essentially Slick 13 is what it formerly was, that'll be used for Phantom Space and Via Space in the future for their launches. But it's kind of a bittersweet thing. We are getting rid of Landing Zone 1. We have some historic launches that have taken place from there. And speaking of Ryan, who I believe is going to be joining us now, Ryan put together a beautiful video to give you some context for the history of this landing zone. So let's roll the video.
Falcon 9's in startup. Flight software has control of the vehicle.
LC-LD, go for launch.
The engine plume widening as the rocket is increasing in altitude.
LZ-1, the Falcon has landed. Landing operators moving to procedure 11.100, section 3 on LZ-1 VNet, recovery net.
First stage landing legs will be deployed shortly.
Landing burn startup.
It's rolling a lot, y'all. Look at that.
Oh no, 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 no! You've got to be kidding me! Come on down, baby! Woo!
I'm not crying, you're crying. That was great. So much love in the chat too. Everyone's like, this is making me cry. Awesome job, Ryan. Ryan, you're here, right? Join us. Talk. Say something.
Hello.
Hello. That was a great video. Very very fitting for this momentous occasion.
Yeah, it's quite the moment to see 10 years of literally spaceflight history about to come to an end. Like, it's literally the end of an era, not over-exaggerating whatsoever. LZ-1 was the place where the first ever propulsive landing of an orbital class rocket took place. We take this stuff for granted nowadays, but not even 10 years ago, this was science fiction still, and SpaceX...
load and launch is complete. Stand by for briefing on control room procedures. For all operators at MCCX and Hangar X, both control rooms will go into lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and will remain in that state until LES is disarmed. All operators are to remain at their console and maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming of the launch escape system following orbital insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD and they will approve aborting the count. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold, hold, hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch out of sequence immediately and proceed to launch abort. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off and relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual flight escape rules. Launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
Arming crew arm now.
Anyways, before I was so rudely interrupted, what I was going to say is that SpaceX basically proved everybody wrong, and they landed an orbital-class rocket booster, and ever since then we've been in the era of reusable rocketry.
Crew access arm retraction started.
And there goes
There
the
we go. Let's hope for good weather today and that there's no, weird stuff like yesterday at the last minute.
So with that crew access arm retraction, though, that should be go for prop load momentarily in a little bit, in a couple of minutes, yeah.
I'm assuming, that whole thing meant that they are indeed go for propellant load. But we'll see what happens.
So far, so good. But yeah, just welcome more formally here now, Ryan Caton. Thank you for joining us here for our last few hours here of this launch, or last hour or so, I suppose. Again, we're still aiming for 11:43. But yeah, no, that video was so great, very moving and very very appropriate.
Crew access arm retraction completed.
If I'm correct in saying, Alicia, I think you've been up all night, but essentially working on videos and live streams of various things for NSF. So I think at this point you've probably earned a well-deserved break.
I have, yes. I'm going to see myself out here.
You are go for Section 6, close visors, and arm launch escape system.
Copy. Go for Section 6, closing visors, and arming launch escape system.
It's funny, I just realized this is like the Twist crew right here. This is Alex, me, and you. This is for a hot second, yes, so Twist crew. But yes, I got 3 hours of sleep last night because I was doing Twist. And Ryan, you were, I think, editing earlier today.
Dragon, visors closed, arming launch escape system.
SpaceX copies.
So thank you for all the work you've been doing this morning. And now I am going to go take a nap. So actually, that's not true.
Enjoy the nap.
I'm gonna watch the crew launch. It's fine. But no, thanks everyone. It was great being on here with you all. And go watch Twist later tonight when this is done. All right, have fun, guys. We'll see you later.
Awesome. Something else that is awesome is this wonderful heli shot from NASA. You could see, passing by 39A, all the different pads in the background, so many different launch pads, so many different launch operators are now being set up at the Cape. SpaceX, of course, though, I think it's fair to say they're the primary operator right now, considering how much they are launching.
Let's go.
And that now means propellant load can begin. And that now means that in the event of an emergency, the crew can escape using the launch escape system, which is always a good thing to hear is up and running. And they are actually about a minute ahead of schedule, a minute ahead of the published schedule with that one. The LES only had to be armed at 39 minutes, and they armed it at 40 minutes. So there you go. Always good to be ahead of schedule when you have an instantaneous launch window to hit.
Yep. Should be going into that propellant load in 4.5 minutes from now at the T-minus 35-minute mark. So hopefully we get through. I think there's also the call out about loud venting from Falcon 9 before propellant load.
You see the huge clock at the press site as well, counting down to 39 minutes. The winds look pretty nice. Flag is waving a little bit, but Florida being Florida, the temperatures are always going to be not exactly the most comfortable. See the wonderful vehicle assembly building there as well. They've opened up a few of the door panels to get some of the air flowing through because, it is the largest single-story building in the world. It's quite difficult to keep it as a nice climate inside. The clouds are behind the launch pad right now. I've also been keeping half an eye on the radar, as you have been on the stream as well. Blue skies over the ocean, bit of a cloudy situation more towards the land, and there's also some storms happening up the eastern seaboard right now, off the coast of North Carolina and Nova Scotia. So we're keeping an eye on the weather here at the Cape and also all the way across the United States and into the Atlantic Ocean, because of course the abort zones for today's launch range from literally just outside the launch pad all the way up to the Shannon in Ireland. There you go, there's that weather radar as we stand by for the next event in the timeline, which is going to be the beginning of propellant loading in about 2 minutes' time.
Yeah, and you can see what we talked about earlier, that there's a lot fewer green dots, I guess, there on the radar downrange, and that is because, the rain that the clouds had has rain, like the water and everything.
Started propellant load.
There we go. And so, because they have already discharged or about to finish that discharge, then those clouds become less problematic, and therefore the weather is not that bad downrange. We can see less green than before.
100%. We also got, I love our behind-the-scenes views as always. We've got all of the cameras, all of the networking equipment set up in the top right-hand picture there. It looks like D is still getting set up with all of the different cameras, all of the equipment. The sun is shining on that particular part of Florida. Hello, D. I'm not sure if it's going to be shining on many other parts of Florida, but on this particular square mile of Florida, the sun is shining. And it's also shining at the pad as well.
With a Hawaiian shirt.
Yeah.
Of course
awesome
it's pink.
Hawaiian shirt from the shop. Of course it's pink. You wouldn't. It's very on brand. You wouldn't expect anything else. Pink Hawaiian shirt from shop.nasaspaceflight.com. As we're now under a minute to go until propellant loading will start on the booster, and the RP1 will also, the RP1 loading will also begin on the second stage of Falcon 9.
I wonder, every single launch they say something different. They either say launch auto sequence has started, or propellant load underway, or something like that. And I'm wondering what will the call out say for this one, because yesterday I think they said launch auto sequence. It's the same. It just indicates that propellant load is underway. It's an automated countdown sequence when that happens, and so both are just the same. But usually they use different language, right? And so I'm always curious what they use. Should be a few seconds away. And
the launch auto sequence has started.
Launch auto sequence.
And as that propellant load gets underway, I believe we have some wonderful photographs that were taken earlier today from our team down at the press site and outside the operations and checkout building, because of course for the second time in 48 hours the crew of Crew-11 walked out to their fancy Teslas. You can see left to right Oleg Platanov, Mike Fincke, Zena Cardman and Kimiya of Crew-11 walking out in their swanky SpaceX spacesuits. There's Oleg Platanov looking chill as always. These pictures from Max, I believe. There's to Kimiya from JAXA. Mike Fincke, very much a spaceflight veteran, last flew on the penultimate flight of the Space Shuttle, the final flight of Space Shuttle Endeavour, and now he gets to fly on a brand new Endeavour. Well, not really brand new. This Endeavour, SpaceX Dragon Endeavour, is going to be flying for a 6th time. And there's Zena Cardman This is going to be the first time she's flying into space, of course. Final member of her final NASA member of her astronaut class to fly into space, commanding Crew-11. And from Sawyer, here are two of the crew members making their way to the pad in their crew transport vehicle. Sawyer, did you wave as they went past? They were waving to you.
Yes, they were waving directly at me specifically, not the group of people there, including a bunch that were wearing the Mike Fincke fan club shirts. But yes, I made sure.
There's Mike Fincke fan club shirts?
There are, yes. I made sure to wave as they went by, but there were at least 3 or 4 people wearing them.
I don't know what I need to do with that information, but that's certainly exciting information indeed. I didn't... Okay, I think I'll just leave that one there.
I wish I had more info on it other than the shirts exist.
Yeah. I mean, it's been, 14 odd years since he's flown into space. So he's had some time to build up a fan club. So as we approach T-minus 32 minutes, as we've been mentioning, the propellant load is underway on the booster and the kerosene load is underway on the second stage. But Alex, whereabouts, or what else is to come over the next few minutes as we count down towards launch?
Yeah, so right now, we should in fact already starting to see some frost, obviously not from this distance, but from closer, you should be able to start seeing that frost appearing on the liquid oxygen tank of the booster. Coming up next, we'll have a series of callouts referring to the cryo-helium load on the first and second stage. That's the cold helium that they load on the composite overwrap pressure vessels, and that is used for pressurization of the tanks on Falcon 9. At T-minus 20 minutes and 20 seconds, that's when they're going to be chilling down the transport director line to the second stage. We'll see that T-minus 20-minute vent coming out from the Stromback, and that is normal. It's essentially gaseous oxygen being vented out, and it's part of the procedure to load liquid oxygen onto the second stage at around the T-minus 16-minute mark. Shortly around the same time of the T-minus 20-minute vent, they'll also be wrapping up the RP1 load on the second stage, but liquid oxygen load will still continue on both stages as well as RP1 on the first stage until roughly T-minus 6 minutes.
And we are now 11 minutes away from that liquid oxygen chill down starting. The very famous T-minus 20-minute vent as well around that time. As the skies are starting to look a little bit more blue over the pad than they were, say, a few minutes ago. But of course, everybody is keeping an eye on the weather. How is it where you are? Sorry, I believe you just went outside.
Yeah, I just repositioned my spot for the launch here. As you mentioned, blue skies over the cloud. Or over the pad. Excuse me. There are some clouds working their way.
I'd hope there'd be blue skies over the clouds.
There are some clouds working their way from the VAB area right now, but they don't seem super thick or super terrible at the moment. So right now it looks okay. There's a light breeze. So yesterday one of the concerns originally was wind. That is definitely not a concern here today from the feel of it at the moment. So again, we'll wait and see, but it's looking decent for the time being. But we were also saying that up until about 20 minutes before launch yesterday.
And fingers crossed we do get a little bit closer to that T0 time than we did yesterday. Of course, the original attempt for Crew-11 had to stand down at T-minus 1 minute because of weather violations. The forecast for today is theoretically worse, but then again, the forecast for yesterday was 90% go, and they still had to stand down because of poor weather. So you can't exactly always trust the forecast, no matter what the percentage says. So we'll, of course, be listening in and keeping an eye on what NASA and the 45th Weather Squadron are saying about the conditions around the pad. As things stand, though, it is looking a little bit clearer in terms of weather on the radar than we were at this point 24 hours ago. So that's at least around the launch pad itself. We can also see that there isn't no
Stage 1 cryo-helium loading.
And there we go. There's the cryogenic helium starting to load on the first stage. Sawyer, there around this time yesterday, we've started to see that huge storm cell, kind of pouring rain on Launch Complex 39B. Are you seeing anything similar to that today, or is it looking pretty clear from your perspective as well?
As of right now, there are no crazy rain clouds that I'm seeing around here, especially the one that we saw the other day where you could literally see the sheet of rain as it was moving towards us. But again, that didn't pop up until after the 20-minute event. So I'm going to bite my tongue on any further comments.
And I also want to give a big shout out to everybody supporting this show. We have Wayne becoming a Pound Rap member. Boaz is asking, what cheese do you guys like? I myself am partial to some mozzarella. Sawyer, do you have a preferred cheese flavour?
I'm a goat cheese person myself.
Okay. Rebecca, thank you very much for getting something off the store. You got the secret shop Falcon 9 scrub shirt, because of course we had the stand down yesterday. And also thank you to Kenny and to Crafty Geek for your support as well. Crafty Geek, I will say, if you have any particular store questions, I would recommend forwarding them over on the store website. I believe there is a contact page on there. Hopefully that should... I can assure you, I wouldn't. I'm not the person to go to for store support, but we thank you for your support nonetheless on that one. And Margaret with a question, which is very apt for the current conditions, looking and monitoring the weather. How long is the launch window today? And well, Sawyer, whilst some let's say some former vehicles may have had a little bit of wiggle room, Falcon 9, once it's picked a time, it kind of has to go for that time, doesn't it?
The launch window is technically 1 second. So, in short, instantaneous, literally in short, because of the way that they load the propellants with the super cooled propellants, so slightly colder than even regular cold. And because they have to meet up with the International Space Station, now that they've started fueling, it's guaranteed to be instant. But prior to that, because they have to meet up with the orbit of the ISS, it is a 1 second instant window, so it goes or it doesn't.
Indeed. And I think D is actually using one of their Hawaiian shirts to keep the sun off of the cameras to stop them from overheating, which is an unintended but smart use case of the Hawaiian shirt there to keep the cameras cool. Hawaiian shirts, not only can they keep yourselves cool in the summer, but they can also keep your camera equipment cool, if that's something you're interested in. I find that quite funny.
Yeah, I'm currently looking at Dee's position right now. I'm a little bit higher on a hill behind them. And yeah, you can tell where Dee is located because of the pink Hawaiian shirt. It is quite entertaining.
100%. Of course, today we're launching to the International Space Station, which means we have to launch to the same inclination as the ISS, which is 51.6 degrees. In particular, this time around, we're launching to the north to 51.6 degrees. If you're wondering where we're getting that number from, if you imagine the equator is 0 degrees, you then move the equator to the left, tilt it to the left by 51.6 degrees. That is the line, that is the trajectory of the International Space Station, and therefore that is the trajectory which Falcon 9 will be flying as it attempts to catch up to the International Space Station over the next couple of days or so before docking. You can see there the larger red area in the bottom left. That's for the launch and return of the booster. Those are hazard warnings to aircraft and marine assets. And it looks like there's also a little one further up to the top right. There's probably... I was going to say that's for the fairings, but there aren't any fairings. I'm not 100% sure what that one is for. But yeah, maybe that's just there in the event of an emergency. I don't know, but that's there nonetheless. And of course, to keep up to date, we have nextspaceflight.com, also available as an app on the iOS App Store, Google Play Store. It's got if you want to know stats about every single rocket launch and when they're going to happen specifically, next spaceflight. Next Spaceflight is your one-stop shop, really. It's not even kidding around. We'll use it as our primary launch planner because it just has the best information, always the most up-to-date information. And we're working on some new things in the background as well to bring you all of that information in a bit more of a cleaner, more modern format as well. So, for those of you with the app on your phone, we have the launch simulation mode as well, with the 3D trajectory that's powered by flightclub.io. So very cool features indeed that are currently being rolled out to next spaceflight. It is improved a lot over the last 12 months or so, and it will continue to improve as well. So very exciting tool there indeed. And we have a very frosty Falcon 9 on Launch Complex 39A. You can see, and it, as I said yesterday, I'm always a big fan of the condensation rippling across the fuselage there. It looks very pretty indeed. I'm a big fan of the frost. We are now approaching T-minus 23 minutes. So, Alex, we are just a couple of minutes away now from that T-minus 20-minute vent. If you would like to explain to the wonderful boys and girls watching, why does SpaceX always do a T-minus 20-minute vent?
Yeah, so I'm sure there's probably a lot of new people since it's a very important mission, right? Launching 4 humans to the ISS. So yeah, in about 2 minutes and a bit of a change, we're going to see a vent on the Stromback, that white structure next to the rocket. And what they do is they're about to load liquid oxygen on the second stage. Liquid oxygen is a very cold cryogenic fluid. Usually for Falcon 9, it's about minus 200 degrees Celsius. I think it's minus 330 degrees Fahrenheit. So it is very cold, and whatever temperature it is right now in Florida, which I'm sure it's very hot right now for any human in general to bear. It is hot, right? And so you don't want to load that very cold liquid through that propellant line, just out of the gate. Like just okay, let's do the propellant load on the second stage, and now you load that very cold fluid through that line. That is not safe for a number of reasons. First and foremost, because the material itself on that propellant line can break because you're making it go cold very quickly, right? Instead of letting it actually slowly go down in temperature. And another part of that is also at the same time as the line gets cold, the oxygen itself, which is liquid, warms up, it turns into a gas, and if it's in an enclosed space, it can burst your line, right? So instead of doing that, they just flow that liquid oxygen through the line, but at a very slow rate, enough so that the line cools down at a slower rate, the oxygen boils off, that you cannot avoid that, but everything happens more slowly. And what they do is that gaseous oxygen that gets produced by this procedure of chilling down the line, it needs to be vented. And that's the vent that we see from the Stromback, and we will see in about 20 seconds from now if all things hold. So that is sort of the whole explanation as to why that vent happens to be in 10 seconds from now.
And we will stand by for that appearing. Looks like they might have started a little bit early there, Alex.
Yeah, it starts roughly T-minus 20 minutes, 26, 27 seconds at 39A. It's a little bit, by a few seconds, a little bit earlier than the other two paths.
Mm-hmm. You can see that huge white Stromback fixture there supporting Falcon 9.
H2 fuel load complete.
And there you go, the mission control calling out that the fuel load is complete with that T-minus 20-minute event. The Stromback, of course, a very important part of the launch infrastructure there for SpaceX. That's where they integrate the Falcon 9 with second stage, and we have the Dragon as well in the hangar, and then they roll it out horizontal to the launch pad, and then the Stromback flips it up vertical and then holds it in place until just before launch. I'd say in about 15 minutes time we'll see that retract by a couple of degrees, and then at the time of launch, fingers crossed, that'll flip all the way back to about 45 degrees. Keep itself well clear, make sure it doesn't get itself damaged by those 9 Merlin engines on the booster. B-1094 supporting today's launch of Crew-11 to the International Space Station as we approach T-minus 19 minutes to go. Everything looking good so far. Of course, still keeping our ears out for any updates about the weather, but everything else is looking good to go so far.
Yep. And the call out we heard there, of course, fuel load complete on the second stage. Falcon 9 has 2 stages. Each stage has 2 tanks, one for the liquid oxygen and another for the fuel kerosene. So that meant we already have one of the 4 tanks fully loaded right now. The fuel load on the second stage, that is the kerosene load on that upper stage, is complete. So 1 out of 4.
And very quickly, Anonymous has been in the store. Thank you very much for your support, getting some items from the brand new summer, or so brand new, the summer collection, which has been out for a couple months at this point. But you know, it's still summer. You can get your summer collection whilst it's still summer. And XD9, thank you very much for gifting 10 Red Team memberships. 10 more people now have access to the NSF behind the scenes member area. So thank you so much for your support. And of course, to everybody who just received one of those free Red Team memberships, make sure to thank XD9 in chat as well. And Alex, whilst we are on the subject of Crew-11 going to the International Space Station, as we know, this Crew-Dragon is about to become, or already is, but is about to extend its lead rather, as the most flown Crew-Dragon in terms of number of flights. But is it the Crew-Dragon with that's flown the highest number of crew to space?
So Endeavour has flown already, or it's about to fly its 22nd human, I guess, because it's flown Demo 2. There was 2 people on board. It flew Crew 2, Axiom 1, Crew 6, and Crew 8. Each one of those carried 4 people. So we're talking 4 times 4, that's 16, plus 2, that's 18. So it's already carried 18 people on board to orbit, and also 18 down, of course. And so with Crew-11, that's going to be another 4, so it's going to go up to 22. I said, of course, on the, going up with 4, going down with 4, but we have the exception with Freedom on its latest flight in Crew-9, where it launched with 2, and it returned 4. So it's not that... There we go. It's not as obvious, right? But that is essentially, yeah.
Dragon SpaceX
that's what's happening.
Status update. Dragon and Falcon 9 are healthy, and we continue to load propellant. Weather is still our watch item. We are seeing some development in the area, so this is going to come down to a matter of time. We're going to keep an eye on it and continue marching towards T0, and we'll see if we manage to thread the clouds today.
Okay, Dragon copies. We've got a healthy rocket, healthy Dragon. Weather is continuing to develop. We'll keep going until we can't.
Let's hope the weather cooperates.
100%. I agree with that statement because it would be nice to get these guys off the ground. Let's put it that way. already the second attempt. Hopefully the second time is the charm. And speaking about the weather, I suppose we were discussing earlier, not only do they have to consider the weather around the launch pad, they have to consider the weather up the eastern seaboard, they have to consider the weather pretty much all the way to Shannon Island, because that is the furthest abort zone that they have for launch. And Alex, do we know who is actually responsible for picking the crew up if there was an abort to Shannon? Is it like the Irish Coast Guard, or does SpaceX have assets that they've deployed to the other side of the Atlantic Ocean?
Yeah, in that case, in any case where the crew aborts during ascent, or even if they have to do an emergency return from orbit, unless it is close to the recovery site off the coast of California, it will be the Air Force, Detachment 3, that will be in charge of getting to the crew. They have their own sort of requirement to get there to the crew within 24 hours. and they have all the capabilities to do so. And also on the SpaceX side, Dragon also needs to be able to maintain the crew on board pretty much for those 24 hours of the requirement. So that will be the case. I would not be surprised though if, because it's off the coast of Ireland. Ireland is also like an ally country and whatnot. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if part of that also involved, for example, Ireland offering, after the recovery, for example, you can stay here, recover, or hospital facilities if you need be, like things like that. I will not be surprised. Although I don't know if there's any sort of treaty agreement or something already done ahead of that. Hopefully we don't have to figure it out, right? It's one of those things that are in place and nobody wants to use at any point, because that will not be great. But when it does happen, I'm going, sort of thinking about Nick Hague, for example. He was the commander of Crew-9, but he was also part of the crew of Soyuz MS-10, and that Soyuz mission had to abort during flight. And of course, that's when all of these emergency procedures come into place. They kick in, they go to the crew, they rescue them from wherever they have aborted and things like that. But yeah, they have all of these procedures also trained as well.
Yeah. But again, fingers crossed, everything goes smoothly today, as we hope, as we just have passed T-minus 13 minutes and counting. You can see everyone in mission control in Houston, managing more of the International Space Station side of things. We, of course, also have mission control in Hawthorne, California, which is going to be managing the SpaceX side of things. And we have the Launch and Landing Control Center as well at the Cape itself from SpaceX, where they'll be managing some things there as well. And I'm sure as well there'll be teams in Japan, because we have a Japanese astronaut on board, and Russia as well, as we have a Roscosmos cosmonaut on board today. So Alex, whilst we have a couple minutes here before the next major event, why don't we take a look at some of the stats to do with this mission?
Yeah, let's go quickly through some of the stats here, because in about 2 minutes we'll have another status update. So this is SpaceX's 536 launch overall. That includes Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy, Falcon 1, Starship. Anything that was a full stack rocket is there. The 97th launch of the year, including the 3 Starship launches and the 94 Falcon 9 launches that will be with this one. This is not the 13th launch of the month now. That should be changed to the first launch of the month. I'm sure some of these stats were not updated by Kevin. But yeah, this will be the first launch of the month. This is the 159th launch since the last launch failure back in July of last year. It was a long time ago. Falcon 9's 511th orbital flight, the 115th launch by SpaceX from LC-39A. And unfortunately, if successful, this will be the 53rd and final landing on LC-1, as we were talking earlier. It's going to be the last landing attempt at landing zone 1. Will be the 54th attempt, but one of those failed. So if successful, it will be the 53rd successful landing attempt on LC-1. 143rd launch, 143rd successful landing by a Falcon booster since the last failure that was back in August of last year. And the things that have not changed since yesterday, obviously 54th orbital flight of a Dragon spacecraft and the 19th human spaceflight by SpaceX. And I just did all that in time for the T-minus 10-minute call-out, which we should be hearing in just a few seconds from now, including
really
the
quickly,
commander's speech.
I need to chime in here before that. There's just a Phase 1 lightning watch that was issued for the area. That is not a warning, so that does not preclude a launch at this point. Just noting it.
SpaceX Dragon displays are configured for launch. To our family, friends, all who support us at SpaceX, NASA, JAXA, Roscosmos, thank you. Spasiba, arigato gozaimasu. For this freedom to explore, resilience to endure, may grace fly alongside this endeavor.
Crew Crew-11, from all of us on the ground, we've enjoyed working with you in preparation for your mission. We look forward to continuing to do so in flight. Good luck. Enjoy the ride.
There we go. Some wonderful words as always from Commander Zena Cardman in the third from the left seat there in the left-hand picture. So yeah, as Sawyer just very briefly mentioned, that is a Phase 1 Lightning watch. That is not a warning. That does not mean any action has to immediately take place. However, it means that the center just keeping an eye out. There's some lightning that could be on the way, so better to be safe than sorry. So they're keeping an eye out, but nothing to act on just yet, as the crew are happy and healthy on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, the vehicle's happy and healthy as well. And it's looking pretty frosty now, nearly fully frosty, as we get ready for launch. Fingers crossed in 8.5 minutes' time. That propellant load, fingers crossed, wrapping up just a couple minutes before launch. And we continue to count towards the engine chill, which will start taking place on the first stage at T-minus 7 minutes in about 1 minute time. Looks like Oleg's doing some arm exercises in the meantime to keep himself occupied as the mission keeps counting forward. See some of that condensation now rising up to the top of the strongback as well.
8 minutes to go.
And from Wade,
Ooh.
Dr. WD40 on Twitch, watching over the water here, there's a lot of clouds in the area. But fingers crossed, there is a needle that can be threaded between them in terms of the launch of Crew-11.
Yeah, the worst of the clouds that I'm seeing right now are towards the southwest of where we are right now. So I think that's okay. Again, this is going northeasterly. The landing will be back at LZ1. So I think they'll be able to thread it, but it is definitely going to be close.
Yeah, you can see it's almost like a vertical line on that previous shot, splitting up the two cameras. Cloudy on the left, sunny on the right. This from Port Canaveral, one of our fleet cams. And yeah, you can see a booster which has previously flown there, has just come back into port a little while ago, and you can see the clouds behind it. But there you go. Alex, I'm just wondering, have you spotted anything new at Complex 39A with these shots, or is there nothing to see?
Nothing different from yesterday. I mean, they might have done a few more things.
I don't know if they put a new pipe in or something.
Yeah. We can see part of the deluge system for Starship and whatnot, but yeah, nothing huge since yesterday at least. But yeah, we heard that call out of engine chill. It's very similar to the T-minus 20-minute vent, but instead of being with the ground systems, it's with the Merlin engines themselves, with those pumps on the Merlin engines. We should also hear soon the call out. Well, it just got ahead of me. That call out was the end of kerosene load on the first stage. So we have now 2 out of the 4 main tanks on Falcon 9 fully loaded. Those 2 kerosene tanks on the second stage and the first stage. Next up should be the Stromback retract. Although before that, there's also going to be the call out about Dragon going into terminal count, being configured for terminal count and whatnot. That's when it transitions into internal power. It takes a few minutes until it actually is fully on internal power. But yeah, that should be the next call out around T-minus 5 minutes, T-minus 4.5 minutes. That'll be Stromback retract. The top clamp on that white structure will open. The Stromback will retract about 1.8 degrees away from the rocket. And also at the T-minus 5 minutes, we'll also hear the tanks pressing for Stromback retract. Trying to get ahead here a bit of those callouts now before they happen.
And of course, whilst the rocket's getting ready, the field team is getting ready as well. Once again, D setting up too many cameras to count with the networking dish up there as well. Hawaiian shirt is now on the human, not on the camera, but there we go. And we are beyond 5 minutes to go now, so Dragon should be transitioning to internal power.
Retract. Dragon is in, configure for terminal count.
There we go.
That was the call.
Speaking of the field, I'm going to make sure my cameras are all ready to go here. 4.5 minutes to go. More people continuing towards the lawn. The clouds,
Strong back retract
we
has
might just do
started.
this. We'll talk to you after.
Wonderful as always, Sawyer. Fingers crossed we hear from you in about 10 minutes' time with a booster on the way back. And as we just heard on the countdown net there, the strongback is starting to retract, and that'll retract by only a couple of degrees for now, but that will swing all the way back to about 45 degrees at liftoff. That, of course, that big white structure which has been holding up Falcon 9 and supplying it with all of the different propellants and commodities whilst it has been vertical at the pad over the last few days. We can see that claw currently opening on the second stage there, and we'll see that start to pull back momentarily. We can see in the bottom there the vehicle in the background and the media setting up in the foreground at the Kennedy Space Center press site.
Yep, should be coming up on stage 1 liquid oxygen load wrapping up. That will be the third of the 4 main tanks on Falcon 9. Also, Dragon going into internal power as well.
As we approach T-minus 3 minutes. Count continuing as always. I don't like to bring it up, but I feel like I must remember yesterday there was a stand down at T-minus 1 minute for weather.
Yeah.
So we are about 2 minutes away from that particular threshold.
Stage 1, lock load complete.
There it is.
So we take one look at Crew Dragon Endeavour. Once again, about to extend its lead as the fleet leader. It's flown 5 times before.
On internal power.
And it's now on internal power, preparing for its 6th flight into space with 4 astronauts on board. There we go. And we can also see in the bottom right there that strongback has retracted by a couple of degrees, but there are still umbilicals that are connected, slacked umbilicals, which will keep feeding commodities, data, electricity, etc. to the vehicle. Those will, of course, detach at liftoff.
Yep. Up next should be second stage liquid oxygen load ending. And then we'll have a fully loaded rocket ready to lift off. And hopefully no holds this time around.
Stage
Just
2, lock
go.
load complete.
There it is.
Under T-minus 2 minutes.
And if we actually go... Oh, go
Dragon
ahead.
is in auto idle.
At 40 seconds away from the flight computer starting those pre-launch checks and the propellant tank pressurization starting for flight. We can see that final vent there from the strongback.
Closeouts, expect loud venting.
Don't say they didn't warn you.
Yeah, auto idle is the guidance computer preparing for liftoff.
10 seconds to 1 minute. Let's listen in, see what they say.
FTS is armed, Falcon 9 is in startup and is now controlling.
Dragon is in countdown.
We're through T-minus 1 minute, and we are counting down. The flight termination system is armed.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
Yes!
And we are go for launch. The weather is cooperating. Dragon is go for launch. Everybody is go for launch. Chat, I hope you're go for launch as well as we approach T-minus 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
The wind has
And-
died down at the press site.
Now, reminder, as they go up, they're going to be calling out the different abort modes. So you'll hear 1 Alpha, 1 Bravo, and then we'll talk about the rest as we go
15
through.
seconds.
Here we go.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Engines full power and liftoff. Go Falcon, go NASA, go Crew-11.
Big 1 Alpha.
Copy.
Vehicle is pitching downrange. Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
Stage 1 throttle down.
Power and telemetry are nominal.
Max Q. Falcon 9 is supersonic.
70 seconds into flight, that was quite a vapor cone. You could hear Zena Cardman calling 1 Alpha as they left the pad.
Stage 1 Bravo.
And calling Stage 1 Bravo for that second abort zone. Stage 1 will continue burning for approximately 1 more minute until main engine cutoff. You can see the plume starting to expand because, of course, as Falcon 9 gets higher and higher in the atmosphere gets thinner and thinner. There's less pressure pushing in that exhaust, therefore it can expand as altitude rises through 27 kilometers now. Almost looks like the vehicle isn't moving because of the cloud layer as well being pushed by the wind, but I can assure you it certainly is over 3,000 kilometers an hour in speed now, Falcon 9, as it pushes towards main engine cutoff in about 20 seconds time. That plume very much expanding now.
Impact chill started.
And it'll be rather quick because so we'll have main engine cut off, the engines will shut down, the stages will separate. There's the throttle down for staging, and then second stage will ignite, the first stage will flip back and start its boost back burn.
Main engine cut off.
There it is.
2 Alpha.
Stage separation confirmed.
And back ignition.
And there goes B1094. Beautiful views from space of the Space Coast. There's the ignition from that booster. You can see it flipping around. It's now heading back to landing zone 1 for the very final time as the second stage now powering its way into low Earth orbit. Zena Cardman calling out stage 2 Alpha at stage separation.
In about 50 seconds or so, a little bit under that, we're going to have the first of the many callouts during this ascent portion of nominal trajectory from the launch director to the crew. That is part of the standard procedure where they call out every minute as they go into the ascent portion here with the second stage, nominal trajectory to the crew. So that first call out should be in a few seconds from now. And then every minute there will be one of those.
Standing by for that call.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
There it is.
Dragon copy.
And the views, of course, are absolutely spectacular. A late morning launch for Crew-11. Crew of 4 definitely off and away to the International Space Station at this point. Whilst we ride back on board with booster B1094, it has concluded its boost back burn and is now repositioning itself for the entry burn whilst it fights fire with fire, as it doesn't want to, of course, burn up on its way back through the atmosphere. Unlike Super Heavy, which doesn't do an entry burn and just, Super Heavy is so strong it can just brute force its way through that thermal regime. Falcon 9 needs a little bit of help from its Merlin engines. It'll ignite 1 engine, then 3, then down select back to 1 before concluding that entry burn. As we are now approaching 5 minutes, it does look like the first stage has reached apogee, its highest point of today's flight. It's now falling from 127 through 6 through 124 kilometers an hour in altitude.
SpaceX,
Speed picking back up.
There we go. Although Ryan, I'm really curious what kind of entry and landing burn profile they do, because sometimes they do a single engine entry burn and then the landing burn is a 1-3-1. So they do 1 engine first, then they slam on the brakes by igniting another 2 engines, and then the final they shut down those engines and do the final the end portion of the landing burn with just 1 single engine. And that, it's probably counterintuitive because they use 3 engines instead of 1, but because they slam on the brakes harder, it uses less propellant, and so it's more efficient. It does put more forces on the booster, though. So it's not something that they do every single time, but it's going to be interesting if they do it here.
Mm-hmm.
Dragon,
some ice falling away from the booster there.
trajectory.
Dragon copy.
Mission Control reassuring Zena Cardman there, commander of Crew-11, that everything is still looking good from the second stage's point of view. But from the first stage's point of view, you can see those clouds over Florida there as we descend back down towards the Space Coast, about 10 seconds until entry burn start.
Yep.
See the RCS doing their thing. The grid fins have just kicked in.
Here we go, one engine. And it looks like it's just going to be one engine. Okay.
Yep, looks like they're going for that kind of reverse profile there. One engine entry burn.
And that landing burn, if it's going to be, because it kind of looks like it's going to be 131, then it's going to be quite spicy. Because those landing burns are usually done a little bit lower.
Dragon, SpaceX, nominal trajectory.
And here we go, descending
Dragon
towards
copy.
the ground. Through the clouds, through 15 kilometers in altitude now for B-1094, that first stage booster, descending towards landing zone 1 for the very final time. Seven minutes into flight, we're going through the clouds now. Look at those grid fins causing the vapor to go through them in that grid pattern. Spectacular shots as we ride through the atmosphere and descend towards the ground. And there's the ignition. We saw very momentarily.
Stage 2 FTS is saved.
And B-1094 descends to LZ-1 for a textbook landing. A journey that started with Orbcom Mission 2, featured Falcon Heavy demo, and 50 other landings since. That is the last on LZ-1. B-1094 is back on the ground. And that is an empty Launch Complex 39A. That is B-1094 at landing zone 1. And we ride back on board with the second stage as we approach second engine cutoff in about 40 seconds.
Yep.
Stage 2 is
Last
terminal
landing.
guidance.
Here we go. Getting ready to insert into orbit. But yeah, last landing on landing zone 1.
Shannon.
Copy, Shannon.
That's the call out
Final
for.
abort zone.
Yep, the final abort zone off the coast of Ireland should be very close to Seco. Second engine cutoff.
Seco.
And there we go. Dragon and the second stage are in space. 27,000 kilometers an hour in speed, 198 kilometers in altitude.
Insertion.
Dragon copy.
And we can see through the trunk there up at the Dragon. Separation should be taking place momentarily. We stand by for that separation in about 5 seconds' time.
This camera
And
is
there she goes.
from the. There we go. From the second stage, looking up the trunk, and it flies away.
Let's stand by just in case we get any speeches from anybody on the ground or in space.
Dragon separation confirmed.
Dragon, Chief Engineer on Dragon to ground. Zena, Mike, Kimiya, Oleg, welcome to orbit. On behalf of the entire Falcon team, we thank you for flying with Falcon today and wish you a great mission. Dragon will take you from here. Over to Launch Director for a few words.
On behalf of the launch team, it's been an absolute honor working with you towards launch today. We wish you well on the rest of your mission, and we will be awaiting your safe return. Godspeed Endeavour, Godspeed Crew-11, and thanks for flying SpaceX.
SpaceX Dragon. I have no emotion but joy right now. That was absolutely transcendent. Ride of a lifetime. Thank you. This has been an incredible honor. And it's my privilege now to pass us along to Mike with some additional words.
Boy, it's great to be back in orbit again. Thank you to SpaceX and NASA to get us here. What a ride. And Zena and Oleg, let me be the second to welcome you to your first orbit around beautiful planet Earth. Kimiya-san, Okayeri Nasai, welcome back. And to the ISS Expedition 73 team, the crew on board and our friends in MCC, we're on our way. Over to you, Kimiya-san.
Okay, thank you very much for everything. スパシバワンボイショーへありがとうございます。日本の皆さん、私も、10年ぶりに宇宙に帰ってきました。ISS でしっかりと任務を果たして、一等星のように輝いて、日本の素晴らしいところを世界中の人に知っていただきたいと思います。ありがとうございます。Я передаю Олег-сан, пожалуйста.
Спасибо, Kimiya-san. Thank you very much. Arigato gozaimasu. And спасибо всем. I'd like for the beginning to say thank you very much, Roscosmos, SpaceX, and NASA for this unique opportunity to be here with my great crew. Дорогие друзья, находясь на космическом корабле и облетая нашу родную планету, я испытываю неописуемое счастье и восторг. Хочу выразить слова благодарности всей нашей стране, Соединенным Штатам Америки и России за эту уникальную возможность, а также Роскосмосу. Хочу выразить слова благодарности своей школе, в которой я учился, номер 103 в городе Челябинске. Выразить благодарность Краснодарскому высшему военному авиационному училищу летчиков и 22-му гвардейскому истребительному авиационному полку, а также сотрудникам Центра подготовки космонавтов, кто искренне верил и болел за эту идею отправить меня в космос. Обещаю выполнить все поставленные передо мной задачи на отлично. Ура!
Crew-11, we copy all of your words. We are very excited for you to have reached orbit, and we will now proceed with getting you to the International Space Station. You have approximately 3 minutes left in this ground station pass if you'd like to introduce your 0G indicator.
Copy all, Tremaine. Thank you so much. We'll get out our fifth crew member here in just a moment. This 0G indicator honors a shared memory with our lead trainer, Paul Weiss. Mentors and team members who got us here through sacrifice of time and dedication. I hope we made you proud today. Thank you so much.
And there we go, Crew-11 in orbit. Commander Zena Cardman saying that was the ride of a lifetime. Pilot Mike Fincke saying it's great to be back. And of course, hearing words from mission specialists Kimiya and Oleg Platanov as well, as we stand by to see if the crew share that 0G indicator they have on board Dragon. But right now we ride on board with the second stage as it continues to orbit Earth, just passing over Europe now.
Dragon SpaceX, to summarize where we are with vehicle activation, we've had nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts. We're currently opening the nose cone.
There we go, we can see on the left-hand side.
And we'll be ready for visors open with eco activation complete.
You see that track from Dragon on the left-hand side over the Atlantic heading towards Europe now, and on the right-hand side, live view from our friends over at Ascent from the International Space Station, which is just heading towards Greece and Turkey. So the SpaceX Dragon has a little bit of catching up to do over the next 48 hours or so, but there you go. Views on Earth from 2 different spacecraft. That is something that is pretty neat indeed. So a big thanks to our friends at Ascent for providing that feed on the right-hand side as Dragon starts to catch up to the International Space Station. And fingers crossed we get some capsule views as well momentarily. But for the time being, Sawyer Rosenstein, welcome back. Unfortunately, though, it doesn't sound like you got your money's worth.
Yeah, it's safe to say LZ1 went out with a whimper and literally not a bang at this point, because there was no sonic boom here, but the sound for the launch itself was absolutely spectacular. I mean,
I don't know if we've lost Sawyer there momentarily on a bit of a dodgy connection there, but yeah,
Sorry about
unfortunately
that.
the weather can.
Not sure
there
what the
we
last part was that you heard.
Just say it again, just to be safe.
Yeah, it went out with a literally with a whimper and not a bang. Didn't really hear the boom of the sonic booms there, but the sound itself during liftoff was spectacular. The clouds kind of helped with that here, also made for a great backdrop for it. And I mean, most importantly, the crew is in space. That is what we care about here. So yeah, while the view may not have been the best, the sound, the crew is safe, which makes it automatically tied for one of the best missions.
100% have to agree with that one always. As again, this launch time is pretty awesome because we get some awesome daylight views from space, as from both the International Space Station and Falcon 9 as it continues to orbit the Earth. That of course, that 11:43 local time, liftoff time, 15:43 UTC. There.
I should also point out that Max made a great point. He was talking about the fact of why we might not have heard anything here because of the rain in the area. When you think about it, the rain birds and the sound suppression water system did their job, except this was actual rain and actual water from the clouds stopping it. So I mean, that's right there how it works.
Yeah, the atmosphere definitely doing more sound suppression this time around, unfortunately, but nonetheless, that was one heck of a way to send LZ-1 out there with, of course, that the return propulsive landing to the landing zone. It never gets old, even if it becomes routine. It never gets old. So yeah, a big thank you and a big farewell to Landing Zone 1 because it's seen many, many historic milestones. Not only the first propulsive landing of an orbital class rocket booster, it's seen Falcon Heavy demo and of course all the Falcon Heavy missions since that as well, which have featured reusability, and of course it's seen many boosters return since 54 landings, if I'm not mistaken, Alex, now.
54 attempts, 53 successful.
Close enough. 54 attempts now. And we are now approaching, or just past 18 minutes into flight, continuing to stand by to see if we get any views from inside of the Dragon capsule. But both vehicles now very much orbiting the Earth and in space safely. Over the next few hours, they'll be phasing their way towards the International Space Station. I'm just looking through the timeline here. If I'm not mistaken, it looks to be about 13 hours before the next burn. So they'll be coasting for a little while, but I'm sure in that time, the crew will very much enjoy getting out of their spacesuits and stretching out a little bit inside Dragon, enjoying zero gravity for all of its pros and cons, and of course, getting a little bit of a sleep, a little bit of a nap.
We see a nominal nose cone opening at TCS and 4 bulkhead to Draco checkouts.
This is all good news.
And then looking forward in the timeline, you have your first burn up on your forward view. That's the phase burn in approximately 25 minutes. We will also be monitoring the stage 2 deorbit to give you the go for suit doffing, and we're expecting that at T plus 45 minutes.
Copies. We'll be monitoring and T plus 45 approximately for suit doffing. See you in the timeline.
So it sounds like there's actually a burn a little bit closer than 13 hours, but we don't have access to the full detailed timeline, unfortunately. But that, of course, SpaceX will have access to. So there we go. And it looks like the second stage has started a little bit of a spin there.
Wow. I think on the forward-facing view, you could see the Dragon in the distance.
Yeah, it's quite tricky to see from our point of view because we don't have the highest quality of previews. But we can see there the second stage now passing, literally about to pass over my house.
You should go
Passing
out
over
and
the Bristol Channel
wave
there.
at them.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you'll see me on the camera view because of the clouds, but definitely the clouds and not the fact that I'm quite small. But I think you can actually... I'm trying to work out the geography here. The second stage is definitely pointing down. SpaceX, go back to the front camera. Go back to the front camera. I'm trying to do geography. Come on, SpaceX. Gotta wait. Okay, we've got to look at the map view now. I think that was France we were looking at, if I'm not mistaken. Come on, SpaceX. Next camera. Okay, never mind. I tried. They're probably listening to me.
Bit over
there we go.
21 minutes after... Bit over 20 minutes after launch, and they're already over Europe. Point to point, right?
Point to point. It's the future. It's the future. Whether it will actually happen, though. We made a video about it. In the meantime, during the launch...
SpaceX, just for awareness, we had a drop out of video when you were introducing your zero-G indicator, but we do have video back for the last part of this Goon Hilly Pass, so if you'd like to reintroduce it, we can see you now.
Let's see if we can get that video feed for the zero-G indicator.
These copies are seal deployed. Well,
And we see it floating around. Looks like it's having a great time.
Fortunately, it doesn't look like we have that video, but they do have it in mission control. So I'm sure you can check out all of the socials for that later. Unfortunately, NASA is not providing us with any astronaut feeds. So if we had it, we would bring it to you. I promise we're not hiding anything, but it does sound like they have it in mission control. So we don't have the video to show you, unfortunately. This isn't our doing, but we are bringing you what we do have, which are, of course, these spectacular views of planet Earth from space.
If we had it, we definitely would be showing it.
Trust me, we're not hiding astronaut video from you.
Exactly. I'm also curious as well what it looks like and whatnot. And and seeing the astronauts in zero-G and all that.
100%. And during the launch, of course, we don't want to do super chats and such during the launch, but a big thank you to the support from Stephen as well. And we had Anonymous purchasing that shirt, which was from the secret shop, which is now closed, unfortunately. And Helga, sorry if I pronounced your name incorrectly, but thank you very much for the €24 support there. This community rocks. Thank you all. Thank you very much for the support there. It is greatly appreciated, and it is the reason we can keep doing what we all love doing. And we can see there the Sawyer. I believe you've gone inside, but it does look like the wind has picked up a little bit back at the press site now. You know, like, it literally looks like SpaceX threaded the needle literally with that launch there.
Yeah, the flags earlier were pretty quiet. Right now they are flapping quite hard. So at this point, if they had gone for the same T0 as yesterday, today, then it would not have launched. But again, thankfully, orbital mechanics helped in this sense. So there you go.
And in the bottom right there, we're seeing some replays of the launch, which took place barely 24 minutes ago. There, a wonderful wide shot there from, I believe that's from the VAB roof, looking towards the pad, from the launch pad itself, looking up at the rocket as the engines ignite. You can see that water deluge system doing its job. It's always wonderful for these crew missions because SpaceX and NASA provide us with these super cool up-close views, which we don't normally get. Unfortunately, they don't like providing these for things other than crew launches, but it's awesome when we do get them because they're pretty spectacular views. You can see there the strong back falling all the way back to 45 degrees at the point of liftoff to keep all of its umbilicals and connections and plumbing and things like that, keeping that all safe. See here from the press site, the rocket rising behind the ticking clock.
Here are just a few cameras clicking.
Yeah, just a few. Had some audio there, even if it was just for a moment. It looks like we've got the helicopter cam as well. NASA rolling out all the assets for a crew launch as always. You can really see how the steam just covers Complex 39A there at launch. Even though this Falcon 9's a big rocket, but it's certainly not as big as Starship.
The ground is pulled. Go for the upcoming phase burn.
Please.
And there we go, the first phase burn of the mission as Crew-11 makes its way towards the International Space Station. The ground is happy to go forward with that burn, and you could hear the commander there copying that information down. And you can see the replay there as the rocket clears through the clouds. And in a few of the boxes we have here, you can actually see some of the safing operations, Alex, which SpaceX undergoes at the launch pad and also at the landing zone. Well, just give it a minute, because I think we might have some audio coming. There we go. Hopefully someone goes and cleans up that camera before the next launch. Anyways, yeah. Alex, we can see Launch Complex 39A live views in the top right and the bottom left. What are some of the safing operations they undertake to make sure the launch pad is safe after a launch?
Yeah, they vent down all of the different lines. They save those, and one of the other things that they do as well, at ignition on the ground, they flush T-tap, their igniter fluid, into all of the 9 Merlin engines, right? And because those lines are filled now with T-tap, and it's a very corrosive hazardous material, and so those, for example, get burned off. It gets vented and burned off before any people approach the launch pad. But yeah.
And let's get another close-up view here. Ignition and liftoff. 29 minutes ago. Ironically, it does appear as if the replay with the best audio was the behind-the-scenes camera, but there we go. There we go. Look at some of the different angles that were available from the launch today as the field team starts to pack up all of the gear that's set up there. I'm sure they're absolutely loving having this broadcast to the world. Just kidding, as always. Great job, as always, by the field team. Yep, thumbs up and away from D. Great job, as always, from the field team for rolling out with all the cameras, all of the stills cameras, setting up all of the audio, all the networking. We've got D there, we've got Max there, we've got Jerry there. There we go. Looking very... working hard, as always. And looks like we're getting some nighttime views now from the second stage as it continues to... Well, we were getting some nighttime views from the second stage as it continues to orbit Earth. Alex, do we know what the deorbit plan is for this second stage? Because being a low Earth orbit mission, I would assume it's going to be deorbited at some point.
Yep, as we heard earlier on the ComsNet, they're going to be doing that deorbit burn around T plus 40 minutes. And it should be a short burn, and that second stage will then re-enter, I think, somewhere in the Western Pacific, essentially. I don't remember the exact location off the top of my head. And no, it's not Point Nemo, because I'm seeing already.
The Pacific and the Indian Ocean seem to be a favorite spot for SpaceX when they want to discard of their second stages. It always either seems to be off the coast of South Africa or in the Pacific Ocean somewhere. So that would make perfect sense.
Yeah, I just look it up and it's off the coast of New Zealand. Yeah, Western Pacific.
Looks like Max has taken his chair away as we approach T plus 38 minutes. The clouds are certainly rolling in, so thank goodness for today's instantaneous launch window was at a time when it was, because that late morning weather certainly was much more acceptable than this early afternoon weather, which is starting to roll in. Hi Dee. I think Dee's now going to start packing up that camera. But there you go. There is the strongback. It's a little bit toasty. I'm sure they can wipe that off. Give it a jet wash maybe when they roll it back. Clean it up. Anyways, I think that music is indicative that it's time to bring today's broadcast to a close, as Crew-11 are now well on their way to the International Space Station. Zena Cardman, Mike Fincke, Kimiya Yui and Oleg Platanov on board Crew Dragon Endeavour, flying for the 6th time to the orbiting outpost. And first of all, as I was saying a moment ago, a big shout out to the field team. Okay, I don't think we're going to be getting that feed anymore, unfortunately.
Yeah, it seems like they cut off the feed.
Seems like NASA is cutting off our feeds there. So that means we have to wrap up. But of course, a big thank you to the field team who are rolling out with their cameras, their gear, setting everything up, and also providing some commentary with Sawyer on the stream throughout the stream. So Sawyer, thank you very much for all of your input over the last 4 hours or so.
I'm happy to be here. I'm glad it went off today, and to go Crew-11.
Of course, a big thank you as well to Alicia, who was hosting for the first part of the stream there, the first 3 hours or so, and also working overnight on videos as well. A big shout out, of course, to Alex, who was alongside me on the entire stream. Thank you as well, Alex.
It's my pleasure as usual, and hopefully we get to see even more action soon-ish, maybe? We'll see.
And of course, in the background, producing the stream, we had Jay and Kevin pushing the buttons, doing all of the things, ingesting the feeds, and quickly switching away when NASA gave us some bars and tones. So thank you very much for all of the producing and production today and yesterday, with that first attempt yesterday as well. And with that, my name's been Brian Caton. Thank you very much for joining us across YouTube and the Popular Science channel. And coming up over the next few hours or so, we might get some testing at Starbase. We'll definitely have This Week in Spaceflight premiering in a few hours' time. And just keep an eye on the socials, keep an eye on the channel, all of those things, stay up to date. There is some more stuff to come today. But for now, thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you next time.
And here we go.
We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, Atlantic.
Water towers, fly! Yes! Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside FD off. Bring in FD off. It's orange! 145!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage!
What is it?
Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
This methane will be